Gate goes down first rack, a men elite moto number 2. Oh, Marsh gets off to a smart one. So too going to be Jolly, I think it might be. Up through the first straight we go, in and out of turn number 1. Jolly Cha-Ching picks up the whole shot. He'll lead us down through the second straight. I can see Hughes sitting in about third wheel. I think that's going to be Marsh in that 2 spot. Looking on the outside there, it's just running a bit high. Going to be 203 bike. That's going to be Fletcher. They're down through the third straight now. Still Josh Jolly is the one they're trying to catch. The bloke's on fire at the moment. He leads them down the home straight. Jolly will take it out. Marshall will take it 2. Hughes 3. Fletcher 4. Great finish. Jai Ferner for the 5.
Next gate of elite men out on track. Good start here from Ollie Moran. Jesse Asmus on the outside. He's going to try and go up there as well as Matty Tidswell. I think Tidswell might get the whole shot through that first corner. Just in front of Ollie Moran there, in there for the 2. We go back to, it might be Harry Davis is sitting in there for the third wheel at the moment. Asmus in about 4th. In and out of this second corner though. We've still got Tidswell with the lead. He's going to take this one through that third straight. Ollie Moran's trying to find a way through here as they come around this second corner. Davis is trying to find a place as well as they come back down towards the line. There's a challenge here. Ollie Moran takes it out over Tidswell.
Fifth or sixth. I can't remember whether it was sixth.
This is our elite women out and about. We've got heading right down that hill there. That's Saya Sakakibara really having a challenge with Taya Rufus up on the inside there. Sakakibara got the best of it, taking a great line in underneath in that turn there with Sienna Powers. They're bringing it down the second straight now. Powers making a move. That's your 66 machine getting on the back wheel of the 77 machine of Saya Sakakibara now. All in white there, bringing it down with them is Bella May. In and out of the last turn, it's Saya Sakakibara. She's holding on tight. She's got Sienna Powell right there with her. Sakakibara for the win.
Can I do the switcheroo when you're here? I don't want to call Bailey's right. Under 23 underway. Good start out of about lane number 7. I think it might have been a stopper. It is. So the showstopper's going to lead him down the first straight. He is on fire at the moment. They swing around turn number 1. About to head it up through the pro set there. So it's a stopper in the Rift colours there. Doing it nicely. Pick up a couple of other riders. 505 and the 500 going 2-3. Lander just slots in the 4 spot there. So the 505 McNair's the 2. The 3 is going to be the 500 biker Tyreek Carla. Otherwise known as Tariq the Freak, but it's all the showstopper. Zach Stopper gets it done down the line. The 2 is going to be Aussie McNair, the 3, Tariq Colour.
Next gate of men under 23. Good start right across the board there out of gate 1. That'll be Trey Tuffin. Had a cracking start there. He's going to put it into this first corner in that number 1 position. They're about 3 or 4 wide through that first corner. We've still got Tuffin. He's got the lead at the moment as they come back towards us. That might be Sweeney tucked in there for the 2. Now we've got the T-squared colours. That'll be... Kane Gibbons is tucked in there for the 2. He's going to try and ride underneath here. Just going Kane Gibbons at the moment. He's gone in and out of this final corner. He's going to try and point this one down for home. Kane Gibbons is going to take the win here.
Here we go now. Next, we've got U23 women out and about now, heading down that first straight. All in the crispy there, that's Bella Schramm. She's taken it in and out of the first turn. She's got Healy, White, Webster, Jones, Standish and Howard all coming with her down this second straight now. But it is Isabella Schramm with the lead, bringing it into this second turn. Oh, nice jumping in there. Showing us the style is Mia Webster as they head in and out of that second turn and heading down the third straight now. Isabella Schramm, she's got a great line, dials it in down that final straight. Webster right on her back wheel, but Schramm will take the win.
All right, first gate of junior men out on track. Good start there out of gate 2 and 3. That'll be Preston Murray and Bailey Seckold. I think Seckold might be able to get it through that first corner. He's put himself in that number 1 slot. Then we go back to Preston Murray in there for the 2 as they come down this pro section here at Macarthur BMX. We've got the 5802 there of Cameron Gatt sitting in third wheel in and out of this second corner. Gatt might be able to pull alongside of Preston Murray into this final corner. Still Seckold. He's hanging on to that win. He's going to go across the line, get that number 1 with Murray for the 2.
Gate goes down, second rack of men junior. Oh, 3 wide across way of the lane, 1, 2, 3. Donald starting to pull away now. Stay strong colours there. He's going to be local rider slamming Sam Liston Dennis. He'll pop into that 2 spot now. Looks like Manganaro sitting about third wheel up. Might be Shrammy in the third wheel. Manganaro though with the inside run into turn number 2. But it's all your 801 bike there of AJ Donald in the Crankhouse colours. Doing it nicely still. Slamming Sam Liston Dennis out of the Macarthur Club. Is under siege now from Shram. Shram goes around the outside and sticks it there, so Shram, he'll pick up that 2 spot as he heads down to the stripe. That'll be Blake May taking a 3. Put your hands together for Sam Liston Dennis as he picks up his bike. Local rider, I don't think he is a local rider here at Macarthur. He's South Lake now. He was here at Macarthur, but anyway, I think pretty sure he rides here a fair bit, so make sure you give him a round of applause as he finishes off. First year in the junior category, pushing some fast riders around. Great riding.
Moving over to our 5 metre hill now for our Masters men, and up on the inside there, that is the 333 of Alex Cameron. Through the middle, Brandon Bellows, he's given it a good effort in and out of that first turn. Cameron gets the pop, pushes out a bit wide as they come through here. We've got to sort themselves out. Michael Young up that top end as well. Cameron comes back at him. He'll get into the second turn first. Then going with him is Brandon Bellows there, and then we go back to Michael Young. We've got Stephen Kellner in the mix as well, but it is all Alex the King Cameron, the 333 machine. He'll take the win for this one.
Gates down, Masters man. Oh, looks like about lane number 5. It might have been getting the best of the snap. No, it might have been 4 there of Oliver Herrero. As they go down through the first straight, we've got Brunton in there, Hasty, Holmes, Herrero, Nichols, Drury and Maguire. We'll pick up the race number there. It's going to be a 974 leading around. That's Herrero, the race leader. 96.61 going 2-3. Hasty and Brunton there, 2-3 at the moment. Looks like Paul Drury there. Is that him back on the 4? He's looking at him at the moment, but in and out the final turn we go. We're down through the home straight there. Herrero is your race leader and eventual winner over Hasty 2, Brunton 3.
Gate drops on our Masters women out on track. Good start there out of gate 4. That'll be Nicole Sinclair. We got, looks like it might be Emily Ballard and Jacqueline Wilson trying to go with them. Looks like Jacqueline Wilson might be able to, they're going too wide across that first corner. Looks like Jacqueline Wilson's there in the 2 at the moment. But we've got Nicole Sinclair. She's got the better of them at the moment. No, we've got Jacqueline Wilson back in the lead here. She's managed to find a way through down that second straight. So we're going back to Jacqueline Wilson, Nicole Sinclair in there for the 2. Then we go back to Emily Ballard there in their 3 as they come in and out of this final corner. We've still got Wilson. She's done a few laps down here at Macarthur lately. She's going to get down across that line. The S-squared rider of Nicole Sinclair. She's going to be there in the 2.
Here we go now with our 14 girls as they race down the bottom of that start hill. They're in the middle of the first straight already. We've got Lexi Cranley, Alexis Dawkins, Willow Pogmore, Sophia Urquhart, Penny Allen, Sophie Pilton, Ruby Pereira and Chloe Carmody. We're working our way down this second straight now and we're picking up who's got the lead there. That is going to be your 78 machine, your 23 machine. Is that Sophia Urquhart leading the charge down the third straight there as they work their way through. We've got around that last turn there. Looks like Urquhart and Allen have got a good lead there. Pilton out in the mix as well.
Good start, Macarthur. She gets away quite smartly there. We got Smith, Fletcher, Piergross, Fuse, Lynette and Wilson. We're in now to turn number 1. All riders keeping it up right and tight as they head down through this second straight. But starting to clear out already is going to be Macarthur. The 350 bike doing it nicely. The 87502 to 106 going 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Piergross is the 2 to 106. It's Smith in there for 3 as they go down through the third straight now. They're into the home straight there with Macarthur doing it nicely. She's going to lead us all the way down the home straight. The Frankston rider's got it all wrapped up. Ellis will take the win. Piergross 2. I think it was Smith in there for 3.
Snap goes the gate on the 14 girls out on track. Brought to you by Sprint Block Development Hub. It'll be the World 1 rider of Amelia Reid in there in that number 1 position as they come back towards us. I can see Sienna Biffin sitting in there for the 3 at the moment. That'll be the 237 rider. That'll be Jacqueline Waters in that 2 position. In and out of that second corner, we've got the 134 machine, not too far off the pace of Madison McCulloch, the Macarthur rider as well. But in there, out there front, is the World 1 rider. She's going to take this one all the way through the white stripe. Little bit of a challenge here between 2 and 3 down towards the line, but Waters is going to hang on to the 2. Biffin for the 3.
What a great start by Nash Harvey out of gate 5. This is your 14 boys heading down that first straight there. We've got Mangan. He's popped himself back there around the 3rd spot. They're really making some moves in that first turn today. It's all Nash Harvey. He got the best of it, bringing it down the 2nd straight now. Tucked in there behind him is the 815. Then we go back to Jarvis Mangan there in that 3 spot. That is Ethan Attrill. He's holding on to the 2 spot as they head down through that last turn there. But it is all Nash Harvey taking it down the final straight. The win for this one.
Rightio, another rack 14 boys going down thanks to the Sprint Block Development Hub. We've got Morrison, Turner, Myberg, Davies, Dowes, Foe, Barbosa and Morley. They're in file around turn number 1 up through the 2nd straight we go. Let's pick up some numbers now. The 55X, the 106 and the 385. There, your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Myberg is your race leader. He's going to lead us down through that 2nd straight as they go into the final turn now. He's got plenty of heat on him now as they go up over the tabletop. Down through the rhythm set, still Myberg might just hang. Oh, we'll leave it at the transponders. Great finish there from all 3 riders.
All right, next go to 14 boys. Good start here from Dylan Setcher. The 2A on his plate for a reason as they head into that first corner. I reckon Cave McNamara is not too far behind here as they come back towards us. I can see McNamara's in there for the 2. He's trying to find a way through on the 360 machine. That'll be Miller. Nelson's put himself there in the 2 at the moment, in and out of this second corner. Out there in front, though, that's Dylan Setcher. He's got a pretty decent lead into that final corner. He's going to manage to hold on to this one, I reckon, all the way through the finish line. He gets that one over Miller. Nelson in there for the 2. McNamara for the 3.
Next track of 14 boys, and what a cracker of a start through the middle of the pack there. That's Jax Alderton with the 166 on his bike. All in pink, that's Tyler Turriff, the Bathurst rider. He's going to follow him through in and out of that turn as they bring it down the 2nd straight there. We've got Lachlan Scarth following them as they work their way around. That's Bo Doyle tucked himself there into the 3 spot. Emery Harder, he's got himself into the 4th spot as we work our way through. Jack Lupton holding on tight. We're spreading out down that 3rd straight now, and it's Alderton. Oh, Turriff just opened up the door. That let Doyle through. Alderton for the win. Doyle and Turriff.
Rightio, last rack of 14 boys now charged down the first straight. One rider getting off to a cracking start there. We've got Finch, Kirshner, Fox, Miller, Zeta, McCarroll, as well as Ashcroft and Regan. Harry Regan has been on fire. Let's see where he is as they come down through the 2nd straight. The 205 is going to be your 205, your race leader. That's going to be Dylan Fox, so he's doing it nicely. Where is Regan now? Try and pick up his number. He might have a new kit on. They go in and out of the final turn. But it's old Dylan Fox there. He's just under siege by a couple of riders as they go down the last straight. But Dylan Fox will hang on to that one.
All right, gate drops on our 15 girls, brought to you by sprintblock.com. Good cracking start here from Zoe Weatherhead. She's put herself up there in that number 1 position, in and out of that first corner. Going though with her might be Tilly Guy in there for the 2. As they come back towards us, we'll pick up these plates. But I'm pretty sure that one's going to be the 27 machine of Zoe Weatherhead. We've got the 42 all over her back hammer of Tilly Guy, the 587 not too far of the pace there of Ruby Nematas. But in towards that final corner, that's going to be the Weatherhead still with that lead. Tilly Guy's all over the back wheel. She's trying to find a way through here as they come down towards the line here. Weatherhead's going to manage to hold on to this one over Guy for the 2.
15 girls now, thanks to sprintlockbot.com. And what a great start. Drag race down the bottom of that start hill there. Mia Tello, she just popped herself in the back of Molly Williamson there. That's Molly Williamson in the blue, Mia Tello in the yellow and white as they head down this second straight now. Looks like Molly Williamson's got the best of it. She'll head him in and out of the second turn. Mia Tello's going to go with her in that 2 spot there, and picking up that third rider, that's Mia Feast as they head down through that third straight. We've got Haywood and Mitchell out in the mix as well, but it is Molly Williamson really holding on to the charge. There's a lot of daylight in between her and Stitch and Mia Tello now. Williamson with the win.
All right, yeah, good start there. Talia Broomhill, Remy Pennells. Talia might just be starting to pull away there as they go down the first straight. The rider out of the Terrigal Club looks like she'll pick up the whole shot and swing around and lead them into turn number 2. So I think it's going to be Broomhill in that 2 spot there, but the 16 it is, yeah. So Georgia Kelson, she's in that 2 spot now as we go in and out of turn number 2. We're down through the third straight, so it's going to be still Pennells, the race leader. Kelson is in that 2. They swing it around, headed for home. But it's all Remy Pennell. She's let it for go to Woe. Great start, great finish. She'll take the win there. Georgia Kelson takes the 2.
Snap goes the gate on our 15 boys out on track, brought to you by sprintblock.com. Good start there from the World 4 rider of Cameron Miller. He's going to go through that first corner in that number 1 position. Jensen Bentley looks like he's tucked in there for the 2 as they come back towards us. We'll pick up that third place rider. Bentley's not too far off the pace. We go back to the 6.22 of Marshall Ives in there for the 3. In and out of this second corner. Ives has company all over his back wheel from the crisp rider. That'll be Nate Sterling, not too far off that pace. But out there in front, the World 4 Cameron Miller. He's going to point it down towards home. He's going to get this one across the line. Jensen Bentley for the 2. Looks like Sterling picked up the 3.
Here we go now with our 15 boys. Salisbury, what a cracker of a start by him with Jonty Yates as they work their way down in and out of that first turn now. Oh, what a great move up through the middle. We've got Lukey Morris in the mix as well, coming down into this second turn now. That's your 18 and your 179 leading the charge. Leonardo Prandy, he has got the lead down that third straight now. Going there with him is Jaden Salisbury, tucked in there for that 2 spot as they head in and out of the last turn. They're really sorting themselves out. Our third rider there trying to make a move, but sticking with the win will be Prandy.
Oh, I was expecting big things from the outside lanes there. Rowlands and Eli Schrader. They'll start to wind up now as they go down through this first straight. Once again, 15 boys thanks to sprintblock.com. Cully, Stokel, Williams, Hable, Hoban, Matthews, Rowlands and Schrader. It's your 3A, your 77 and your 101. Your 3A is going to be Riley Matthews. So Rowlands is in the 2. In there for 3, Eli Schrader. So let's see what he can do as he heads to the final turn. Looks at a little bit of shopping there on Rowlands. Shuts him down there, so still your race leader down the stripe. Matthews hangs on to it. Rowlands goes back. He finishes in about the 5 spot there. Taking the 2 though is going to be Eli Schrader.
All right, good start here on the 15 boys. Good start from Justin Jung out of gate 1. He's get back there in 2. That might be Matty Fox in that lead position as they come back towards us. Jung's put himself up there as well. Looks like it might be Bergman not too far off the pace. In and out of this second corner. Jung's in there for the 2. We're going back down this second straight. Matty Fox has still got that lead into that final corner. Jung's still sitting in there in the 2. He's got company all over his back wheel though as they come down towards the finish line. It's going to go Matty Fox with a throw for the line here. Leave that to transponders.
Here we go, next rack of 15 boys there up on the inside. That was Hayden Gross with a cracker of a start. Up on the outside, that's your world plater of Mason Thorne. Splitting them right through the middle. Isaac Bayes, he pops himself through and says, hello boys, but it's Gross. He's bringing it down the second straight now. He's going to lead the New South Wales boys into this second turn. Mason Thorne, he comes up elbow to elbow with Isaac Bayes. They're banging bars down the third straight now, but it's Hayden Gross. He's got the best of it in and out of the last turn, really bringing his machine down this final straight now. Hayden Gross, he'll take the win. Bayers for the 2.
All right, yeah, gate is down. Good start there. Harvey Brooks, absolutely cracker there. I think Lillicrap might try and go with him there as they go on to turn number 1. Pretty sure it's going to be Brooks the 1. Back in there for 2 is going to be Jed Lillicrap. We got Steele Booth, Minogue in there, as well as Malinowski and Cavison Edwards. But it's Brooks still your race leader. Lillicrap's in the 2. The 997 holding down third wheel at the moment. It's going to be Nick Minogue as they go up through the third straight. They're in the final turn now. Harvey Brooks got this one shot to bits. Made a number 2 of 15 boys, so Brooks gets it done. Lillicrap will take the 2. Nick Minogue 3.
All right, good start here from Isla Basser and Mina Banks. World 4 and 5 out on track. Crack and start. Mackenzie Copeland's might be able to tuck herself underneath here into that first corner. She does. She gets into that 2 spot as Isla Basser's now got that lead in that second straight coming back towards us. Then we go back to Mina Banks there for the 3 in and out of this second corner. Copeland's managed to put herself up there in 2 in and out that second corner. Basser's still got that lead. They've almost gone single fire. It looks like Mina might have a little bit of company on her back wheel, trying to find a way through here as they come down this final straight. Isla Basser's going to take this one out over Mackenzie Copeland for the 2, Mina Banks for the 3.
Here we go now. We've got our 16 girls out and about thanks to Penrith BMX, and what a cracker of a start by Danica Memory. She's on that 44 machine in the ace race gear. She's got Claire Kyle not too far behind her, but Memory, she's already cleared a couple of bikes out in front of the girls down the second straight now. Scarlett Arthur Cinderbury, she's in the mix with Riley Hooper, but it's Memory bringing them through here. Following her through is going to be Claire Kyle. She's got that 2 spot covered, and then we go back to our crisp rider there as they head down the third straight. That's where the battle's going to be. That's the one to watch, you 2 and 3 position, but it's Memory. She's cleared out now. She's had a great week. Danica Memory, she'll take the win for this one.
Right, yeah, great start out of lane number 3 there. Erica Goodwin got off to a crack of the 215 bike out of the Penrith Club. She looks like she's going to lead them down straight number 1. We got Holly McCarthy, Emma Kelly, as well as Talia Cook. Kiara Narbeth, haven't seen her out in the bike for a while. Kiana Young, Amy Main, here we go now. Young looked to be sitting in the 2 spot. Still going to be Goodwin, your race leader. Kiana Young is in that 2519 and the 233. They are going 2-3 at the moment, so that is Kelly and Amy Main. They're your top 4 still as we go through the field now. It is the 1. That is Erica Goodwin. She's going to lead them all the way down the home straight to take the win there. Kiana Young for your 2, your 3. Emma Kelly, and the 4 is Amy Main.
16 boys out on track. Good start there from Ashton Shepherd out of gate 7. Can he pull over across on the line there? It looks like Jai Harvey might be trying to go with him down into that first corner. It looks like Cooper Young's not too far off the pace either, sitting in about 3rd at the moment as they come back towards us. Shepherd has the lead. We go back to the 277 and the 65 machine of Cooper Young. So it is Jai Harvey sitting in there for the 2. In and out of this second corner, they're all about single file. Looks like Ash Carson sitting in there about 5 at the moment, in towards that final corner. It's still got the lead there of Ashton Shepherd. He's going to take this one out over Jai Harvey for the 2.
Next track of 16 boys now. Oh, what a great start down there. We've got 4 wide across the track up on the inside in yellow there. Moving across, we've got Vaccarella, Slammer, James, Keane, Rakana Gray, Bressington all out there. Coming back at us down this second straight now. That's your 75 machine, closely followed by your 25 machine. That's TJ Rakana Gray with Carlo Vaccarella tucked in there for the 2 spot now as they work their way down the third straight. Rakana Gray's turned himself in and out of the last turn. He's a bit clear from the rest of the boys, bringing it down the final straight now. TJ Rakana Gray for the win.
Good snap there, Maxi Corbin, and one of the Tahiko coaching riders doing a great job there. Super improved. He's going to move into about 4th wheel there as they swing around turn number 1. We got Mangan, Holohan, Barwick, Corbin and Nickel, both are Hayes and Hogan. So it's going to be 23 bike there. Ollie Hogan's your race leader. 56 machine is going to be in the 2 spot. Who's that going to be? That's going to be Kaylin Hayes. Then we'll go back to Caleb Nickel in there for the 3. Still Maxi Corbin and just getting pushed out of that 4 spot now, but as they go down through the home straight, the the leader and winner is going to be Hogan over Hayes and Nickel.
All right, good start here from the Stay Strong rider, Zane Radajak there for the lead at the moment, in towards that first corner. Looks like Nathan Purnell's going to try and go with him with the Darko colours on as they come back towards us. We've got one of those, the Planet rider actually in there for the 3. That'll be Luke Scarry, not too far off the pace. In and out of this second corner though, still Zane Radajak. He's going to now point it down that rhythm section into that final corner. He's got Purnell all over his back hammer trying to find a way through as they come down towards the finish line. We'll see if there's a throw for the line here. Can Purnell catch him? He does on the line.
Next track of 16 boys out and about, and that is all in pink. Zane Burke charging down the first straight. He's got Cummings, Tommy, Maloney, Phillip, Wilmot and Manshanden all there with him. Oh, we got 3 wide in and out of the first turn. They sorted themselves out and come out cleanly, but it's Burke leading the charge down the second turn. He's got Deegan Maloney tucked in there behind him. Teo Cummings, he wants a piece of the top 3 action as they head down that third straight there. AJ Wilmot, he's holding out 4th position, but it's Zane Burke all in pink bringing it around. What a great move by Teo Cummings to pop himself up in 2, but Burke will take the win.
Rightio, Michael Maloney gets off to a cracker there. The 216 machine out of the Cairns Club, flying down the first straight here at the Macarthur Club. We got Williams, Brunton, Brinkley, Beams, Gouchy and Much. But up front at the moment, it is Michael Maloney in the Powerlight colours. Got the 111 and the 666 tucked in behind him. So that's Brunton in there for 2, Liam Much in there for 3. But all up front at the moment, it is Michael Maloney. He's going to lead him down through to home straight. He'll head it up over the tabletop. He's got it all wrapped up there. Maloney will take it out comfortably over Jet. Brunton 2. Oh, we'll leave it to the transponders for the 3. Much was there.
Sprintbok Development Hub brings us our 17 to 24 women out on track. Good start out of the middle from Ivy Westbrook. She's going to head into this first corner. Looks like Ava Porter might be able to put it in there as well as they come through that first corner. Not too far off the pace though. He's pushed along bottom. She'll be back there in about 3 at the moment as they come back towards us. But that is the 51X machine of Westbrook in there for the 1. We've got the ace colours there of Ava Porter in there for the 2. Long bottom not too far off that either. She's going to try and find a way down this rhythm section. There might be a little bit of high-low action around that final corner. They're almost going single file again as they come back down towards the finish line. It's going to go Westbrook taking this one out. Ava for the 2, Porsche for the 3.
Second rack of 17 to 24 women. Talia Marsh snapped the gate like a twig out of gate 2. Going there with her is Stella Begg as they race down that first straight there. We've got Kira Dixon in the mix with Jasmine Urseg as well. But it's Talia Marsh and Stella Begg. That's where your battle is going to be up the top end there. And Talia Marsh leading them through. Then we go back to Stella. In that 3 spot there is going to be Jasmine Urseg. Then we go back. We've got the 239 of Kira Dixon holding out that 4th spot. But it's Talia Marsh. All style, all class, bringing it down that final straight. That 63 machine nicely will take the win.
Oh, Mackie gets out nicely. One name I haven't called for a long time since the old track here at Macarthur, I think. But Turbo Talia Robertson, great drag race between these 2 riders there at lane 1 and lane 8. But of course, it's lane 1 that's going to get the whole shot there. So Jen Mackie's going to lead us up through this second straight. It's going to be Turbo Talia Robinson out of the Clarence Valley Club in that 2 spot. The 24 is going to be Brianna in the 3. We'll go back to Lucy Venables in the 4 as they go down through the 3rd straight. I tell you what, the race leader there is under siege now by the Robinson sisters as they go in and out of the final turn. But I think Jen Mackey, she will hang on to it. Turbo Talia Robertson, she'll take the 2. Oh, nice little ET over the double for the 3 there from Brianna Robinson and Venables 4.
Hardy Haulage brings us our 17 to 24 men out on track. Good start there from the 1A. Brody Gooch, he's going to head around this first corner. I reckon he's going to have the whole shot through there. Then we go back to the blue rider there. That'll be Zachary Van Bladdle is in there for the 2. In towards this second corner. Looks like we've got Link Davis not too far off the pace, but that 16 machine is in there for that 2. That is Zachary in there for the 3. In and out of this final corner they go. Brody Gooch is still going to hold on to this one all the way through the final straight. Zachary Van Bladel is in there for the 2, and a fast finish there from Link Davis for the 3.
It's so nice. We encouraged him to do age for a long time.
More 17-24 action coming at us thanks to Hardy's Haulage as they drag race to the bottom of that start hill. What a great start there. Hayne Dawson, Dante Cooper out through the middle. Oh, as they separate themselves and flying in underneath. That was Cal Wilson there, back there in 3rd. Will popped himself from 8th to 3rd, but that's Harry Craig. He's leading the charge now down in and out of that second turn. We've got Cal Wilson back in the 3 spot there. Hayne Dawson, he's on his back wheel as they charge down that 3rd straight. We're working our way down the final straight now, and that's Harry Craig on the 178. He'll take the win.
Right, a few fast ones in this one. Hutton is the current world number 2 in this age category. But look at VJ Isles there from the outside lane. Might have put himself in a great spot as they swing around turn number 1. But the race lead there at the moment is going to be with your world number 2, Zach Hutton. He leads us down through this second straight. Hutton's a 1. VJ Isles in that 2 spot there. Cadell Shepherd in the 3. Oh, a little nose manual there from the 32 bike there of Reed Stewart. But VJ Isles now putting plenty of heat there on Hutton as they swing around the final turn. They're into the home straight though, but Hutton looks like he's going to shut it down. He's going to hang on to the win there. Isles will take the 2, and in there for 3 is going to be the 45 by Cadell Shepherd.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
A Red Bull. But if you're at a track, you can go to On The Run Cafe. You can grab a frappe, ice latte. Of course, you can get the slushies down there.
All right, this one's also brought to us by GWM, our proud automotive partner of Oz Cycling, championing Aussie grit with the 2025 GWM Tank 500 plug-in hybrid. Be more tank and take on any challenge. They sound brilliant.
ARA Group, a proud sponsor of Oz Cycling since 2019, supporting Australian cyclists to achieve their potential. ARA, here for you, here for good. We've had some great racing so far. Pete, what do you reckon about the racing? I think some of those young guns are really putting it out there on the track today. What are some of your highlights?
Highlights. I don't have any highlights so far, but I've got to tell you, some of the young riders coming into these classes, like you've got riders going out of junior and under 23, and they are, really pushing around the riders that have been in U23 for a while. You got the riders just coming out of age into juniors, which are pushing down your juniors that have been in there for a couple of years. So it's just great to see, stand out so far. I don't know. I don't want to name anyone. Don't want to put any mockers on anyone. But yeah, look, it's just exciting racing. I love this day at National Championships.
Alex and I were talking earlier about some of the riders that have come up from the Sprocket ranks, which we talked about being from anywhere from 3 years to 7 years, and now we're calling these guys up on the 8-metre hill. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it seems like yesterday they were Sprocket riders. Oh God, I remember wasn't that long ago where my young bloke couldn't make it around the old track the first straight. So basically the club said, look, bring him back when he can get up that first jump. So which we did. But all right, we're going to get back into racing. Right, our racing resumed, 17:24 men. We got Wilson, Shepherd, Jani, Hutton. We got Miatello, Stewart and Isles. We've had a couple of riders put it down there. Oh, I think I'm on the wrong race, actually. We've got Morosky and that out there. I'm going to hand it over to Joe.
So Tom Tucker leads them out here at the moment as we lose a couple through that first corner. We've got the 68 machine of Liam Westham in there for the 2. 57 of the 52 of Kai Sinclair not too far behind as we got a little bit of a tangle up through that first corner. But it looks like Tom Tucker must have been in front of that. He's going to deck the win here with Westham for the 2. A hand for our fallen riders as they pick themselves up, dusting themselves off. That'll be Nate Morosky. He's going to ride this one through.
Here we go now. Next rack of 17-24 men. Oh, good drag racing down that hill there. Up on the inside, that's Noah Hart. Had a cracker of the start coming across from the outside there. Jack Fraser, Lachlan Hines as they work their way in and out of that first turn now. Picking up the riders. Oh, really picking for positions down this second straight now. Leading us through is going to be Hudson McLeod. Then we go back through the pack there. It looks like Noah Hart's got himself in about third wheel, and chasing him down is going to be Jack Fraser. They work their way in and out of the last turn now. Almost single file, but it's going to be Hudson McLeod. He'll take the win for this one.
Right, our last rack of 17-24 men for moto number 2, thanks to Hardage Haulage Proprietary Limited. Good start there from the rider out front at the moment. Big drag race from him out of a wide lane. We've got Jack Young, Miller Ferry, Ryder Nicholson, Zacharias, Rossiter Dowston, as well as Webber, John, Robinson, Drayton and Eamons. The 101, the 11 and the 139 go 1, 2, 3 at the moment. So Nicholson's the 1. Miller Ferry in that 2 spot there. Back in there for 3. I forgot the number already. It might be the 199 there of Jack Speedy Young, and it is in the riff colours there, but down the stripe we go. Great riding there by Macarthur. 1, 2, 3. Get behind the riders, Macarthur. Nicholson to take the win. Ferry 2, Young 3.
Just had a little bit of a outro.
All right, that wraps up moto number 2. Good to see the Macarthur riders across the line. 1, 2 and 3 for that 17-24 men out on track. It's been some exciting racing out on track with the men's elite out there. There's the women's elite are going to run their second moto as well through this next set of motos. So that'll be good fun. It's good to see the under 23s and junior men having a good crack at the gates.
Anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Assassination, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Little bit of change of pace. Sing along if you know it. Okay, we're in just about to get started for our Moto 3. Our riders have made their way up to the top of the start hill. The rest of our riders are making their way up the ramp. It's a cracker day here today at Macarthur BMX Club. We're a couple of seconds away from gate drop. And the gates away. They're racing down to the bottom of that big 8 metre start hill. Up on the inside, you got Ollie Moran side by side with Jesse Asmus as they head their way in and out of that first turn. They're hitting up the pro straight now with Ollie Moran leading the way all the way down this pro straight. Tucked in there behind him is going to be that's the 208 machine. That is Matty Kay there. He's splitting up in between Ollie Moran and Jesse Asmus tucked in that third position. Jesse's at the back there. That's Joel Marsh in there for the 3 spot. It's Ollie Moran taking the win.
That must be Maddie.
Right, out they go. You've got your second gate of elite men out and about. So we've got Tidswell, Moon, Ferner, Jolly, Hughes, Hocking, Fletcher and Warner. So these guys looking for those all-important points to make it in to the final coming up later on this afternoon. So that's going to be the 207 in the lead. That is Hayden Fletcher in there for the 2. So the 207 is Josh Jolly doing it very nicely. Hayden Fletcher is the rider in there for 2 as we just lose Jai Ferner on that third straight, but it will be Jolly for the win, Fletcher, and the other rider there might have been Andy Hughes just pipping Fletcher for the 2. So Jolly, Hughes, Fletcher.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Assassination, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my.
Photo number 2 for them. They're out and about. Saya Sakakibara, your defending Olympic champion. She's going to point it into this first corner in that number 1 position. Taya Rufus has managed to get herself there in there for the 2. In and out of that first corner. We go back to Sienna Powell sitting in there for the 3. Then we've got a little bit of a battle between these minor places. That'll be the 216 of Erin Lockwood and Ashley Gunn out there in the mix as well. But out there in front, it's still going to be Sakakibara. Looks like Powell's managed to power away past Taya Rufus there. She's picked up the 2. Sakakibara takes the win. Powell for the 2, Rufus for the 3.
Moving on now to our under 23 men off the 8 metre start hill there. They are storming down that first straight. We've got O'Grady, Copeland, Lander, Stopper, McNair, Sweeney and Tuffin. We've lost one in the turn there as they turn around that first turn and head down the pro straight. We'll pick up who's leading them through, and that's going to be a 508 machine of Zach Stopper. He's got it covered in and out of the second turn there. It looks like Jai Copeland's going with him down that third straight. A little bit of move there in the last turn, but it's Zach Stopper holding on to the lead. He's going to charge over the white stripe, take the win for that one. In there for the 2 spot is going to be your 501 on the plate of Jai Copeland. Put your hands together for our fallen rider in the first turn. All right, second gate of your under 23 men getting a great start there. Tyree Carla, I think, looks like he may get the whole shot. We've also got Josh Swiatek, Billy Schmidt, they're going with him in there. We've got Kane Gibbons, Luke Granatelli and Connor West in the field, making it nice and cleanly over that pro straight. But it is going to be the 5-10, that Swiatek, the one they're chasing. Carla, though, right beside him. So Swiatek just stretches his lead a little. Granatelli's the rider in there for the 3, but it is going to be Swiatek. He'll take this one home away from Carla. Granatelli. Oh, Kane Gibbons is going to steal the 3.
Snap goes again on the under 23 women out on track. Good start here from the crisp rider. That'll be Isabella Schramm. She's put herself up there in number 1 position. We go back to Mia Webster. She might find a way through into that number 2 position. In and out of that first corner, Alyssa Howlett not too far off the pace. She's back there in 3 as they come back towards us. Looks like Camellie Jones is going to try and find a way underneath here of the 817 plate. That'll be Imogen Healy sitting in there for the 4 at the moment. In and out of this final corner, though, we've got that crisp rider. She's going to head into that final straight and hold this one down. Isabella Schramm, I think she's got this one all the way through the finish line. Mia Webster in there for the 2, and it looks like it might be Alyssa Howlett for the 3.
Moving on to our junior men now as they head down the bottom of that 8 metre hill into the first straight up through the inside. That's Cameron Gatt. He's making moves in and out of that first turn there. Going there with him is going to be Sam Liston-Dennis on the 803 machine in that Stay Strong gear. That's Casey Saliba in the red pants bringing it down into the second turn there, and following him through is going to be Tyler Randell as he loses a couple in the second turn. They're working their way down the third straight now, clearing out. He had a clear gap through that final straight. That's going to be Cameron Gatt taking the win there. All the way through that junior man, we had Cameron Gatt, Sam Liston-Dennis, Cody Magnaro, Casey Saliba, Tyler Randell, Curtis Mansell and Benny Schramm.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Assassination, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my.
All right, so we're looking. Our challenge age riders coming up soon, as well as our masters. And then, of course, we'll be having that break before our quarters, semis and finals will be taking place at 6:30 p.m. So it's sure to be a very exciting evening of racing. Got any highlights so far, Joe, of calling Moto number 2? You had a full call there. What was your highlight from Moto 2?
Oh, I think it's got to be the People's Champion of Saya Sakakibara out there on track. It's always good and exciting for the young people to watch her out, having a good race around. I don't think she's dropped a lap yet, so it's pretty exciting to have Saya down here at Macarthur and for the Aussie champs this year. I think there's been some pretty tight racing all around the track. I think the men's elite's pretty exciting as well. It's definitely been some hard-paced racing.
Yeah, we're going to see, some great action in our quarterfinals coming up at 6:30. So some of our challenge classes in our boys are going, challenge classes are going to have some quarterfinals, and I think there's going to be plenty of action in those because, as Peter mentioned before, there is plenty of young talent coming through those age categories.
Yeah, and like we said, with the Worlds just around the corner and Brizzy, the Olympics coming up as well.
He goes in there for the 2, AJ Donald. He's the rider right in there for 3. The other rider in there, I think that could be Preston Murray, just sitting in 4th wheel. Anyone's race, though, for 2, 3, 4. But don't take away from Bailey Sackhold. He'll take a nice win, 3 out of 3 for him. Then we go back to McGee, Donald and Murray.
Snap goes the gate on the Masters man, and it'll be the first player. The gate one got the cracker start there. That'll be Stephen Kellner. He's going to put it into that first corner in that. No, he's got someone going around the outside of him. That might be Sean Brunton. He's managed to get the whole shot through that first corner. He's come out of gate 7 there. He's going to put it into this second corner in that number 1 position. Then we go back to the 169 of Kellner, the 215 of Michael Young in there for the 3. Good little battle there for some of the minor places in and out of this final corner, though. Brunton's going to hold on to this one all the way through the finish line. Kellner in there for the 2.
Moving back down to the 5 metre hill for our Masters men as they race to down that first straight there. Looks like a cracker of a start by Troy Lenz. And then we had Alex Cameron in there as well with Oliver Horrell as they head in and out of that first turn, heading down the second straight. Now Cameron's tucked himself in there for 2, but leading the charge there is going to be, that's Oliver Horrell leading the charge. Then we've got Cameron tucked in there behind him. We've got Alex Maguire in there for the 3 spot. Drury and Lenz and Hasty all in the mix as well. But it's going to be Oliver Horrell. He'll take the win for this one with Alex Cameron picking up the 2 spot.
All right, snap goes the gate on our 14 girls out on track. Good start here. It looks like it might be a good start out of the middle there of Maya Ellis as they head into that first corner. We'll see who gets the whole shot through that first corner. In and out they go. There's the second place rider. I think that might be Ellis in there for the 2. That might be Ellis in that number 1 position. We've got the 134 machine. And I believe I'm calling the wrong race. We've got Madison McCulloch in the lead at the moment, in and out of that second corner. That's Sienna Biffin all over her back wheel there for the 2. We've jumped a race here and in and out of that final corner, though. That one's going to go to Madison McCulloch as Biffin comes up on the outside. We'll see how it goes down across the finish line. Madison McCulloch takes the win. Sienna Biffin for the 2.
Sorry, I didn't realise. Here we go now with our next rack of 14 girls out and about as they head down that first straight there. We've got Amy Lee Reid, Penny Allen, Chelsea Tuck, Willow Pogmore, Macy Fletcher, Sophia Urquhart, Gracie Pengros as they work their way through in and out of that first turn. They're heading down at the second straight now. We'll pick up our front runner there, the W1 actually of Amy Lee Reid. Then we go back. We've got Penny Allen tucked in there behind her with the 87 of Gracie Pengros. She is in there for the 3 spot heading down that third straight there. Amy Lee Reid, she's really had a commanding lead on this one as she heads through over the white stripe for the win. Do you want to jump in here? Back in the road? Sorry.
Sprint Brock Development brings us our 14 boys out on track. Good start there from Dylan Setcher. He's going to try and get into that first corner in that number one position. Going to go, though, with him is the Penrith rider of Jax Alderton, the Castle Hill rider, of Jax Alderton. He's got there in there too at the moment as they come back towards us. We'll pick up that third place rider. Sitting not too far off their wheel is the 27X of Harrison Regan. He's going to try and find a way out past Alderton in towards that final corner, though. We've still got Setcher with the lead. He's going to now point it down for home. He's been flying out here this weekend. He's going to get this one through to the finish line. Jax Alderton for the two. A fast finish there from Regan.
So after you call
Here we go now. More 14 boys action coming at us. That was a cracker of a start out of gate 3 there. Gate 3, Nash Harvey, Mason Benson, Nash Noble, Aiden Ashcroft, Lachlan Scarth in the mix with Balin Finch and Miles Davies. But it was all the 6A machine, Nash Harvey, bringing it down into the second turn now. Leading the charge. Tucked in there behind him is going to be Mason Benson on that 777 machine. Check out the move in that second turn, popping himself up into third position now. A little bit of argy-bargy happening as they head into the last turn, but not for Nash Harvey. He is clear and taking the win.
This is your third gate now for your 14 boys third moto, brought to you by Sprint Block Development Hub. A great start from the rider there in one of the middle gates. We've got Nelson, Turriff, McCarroll, Foe, Harder, Henman, Dowse and Mace. So our front runner there doing it nicely. Good lead on the rest of the field. That's the 360 in the mix, doing it nicely. That's going to be the 360 of Miller Nelson from Frankston, doing a great job. So the Victorian, we've got the 321 of Emery Harder. And the 106, that's Ethan Dowse, battling it out there for 2-3 at the moment. But what a great ride from Turriff for the win. Sorry, Nelson.
Next gate of 14 boys out on track. Good start there from the envy rider of Cade McNamara. He had a cracking start here. Going to go there with him into that first corner. We'll see where Mason Alton is. He won't be too far off the pace. I think that might be Lucas Zeta. He managed to get a cracking start here as well as they come back towards us. But that one's going to go Cade McNamara. He's still got that lead. We go back to the 333 and the 243. That is Zeta in there for the 2. Darcy Gulms in there for the 3 at the moment in towards that final corner. It's still going to be that Cade McNamara, the 3A on his machine for a reason. He's going to get it down through that finish straight. He's going to take this one out over Zeta and Gulms.
Here we go now, more 14 boys coming at us, and what a cracker of a start there by Deacon Kirchner. It looks like John Joshua Myberg's going with him as they race down that first straight as they head in and out of the first turn now. Brock Miller, Jarvis Mangan, Joseph Molly, Jackson Beckett all in the mix. We're heading into the second turn, and our leader is the 205 machine. That is Dylan Fox leading him out. He's got Deacon Kirchner right there with him, John Josh Myberg in the mix. That looks like it's going to be Jarvis Mangan back there in that fourth spot. As they turn for home, they're making a move down in the final turn now. We're moving up the final straight, but keep holding on to the win is Dylan Fox.
Snap goes the gate on our 14 girls. Good start there from Mayor Ellis. She's going to put it into the first place, in towards that first corner. She's managed to hold on to this one, I reckon, through that first corner. She does do that. And then we go back to Jacqueline Waters in there for the 2. As they come back towards us here at staging, we'll pick up that third place rider not too far off the plate. I think that actually is the 13 machine. So that is going to be Ruby Pereira's put herself there into 2. Then we go back to the 237 of Jacqueline Waters in there for the 3. In and out of this final corner, though, it's still going to be Mayor Ellis with the lead. She's going to take this one right down to the white stripe. Ruby Pereira in there for the 2. Looks like Waters might have a little bit of company as they come down towards the finish line, but Waters hangs on for the 3.
Is that all right?
Out of the gate now, you've got your first gate of 15 girls, brought to you by sprintblock.com. Looks like the rider out of lane 1, Georgia Kelson from the Lake Macquarie BMX Club, got a great start. Tilly Guy, though, tries to go tight with her. She'll slot in there for the 2. So it's the New South Wales rider of Georgia Kelson in the lead at the moment. Tilly Guy slots herself in there for 2. We go back to the rider in there for 3. That's going to be Mia Miatello doing a great job in there. Rounding out your 4th rider there is Eleanor Heyman. We've also got Elsie Hogg and Mia Feist in the mix as well. But as the ladies spread themselves out nice and evenly and head towards home, it is going to be a nice ride from Georgia Kelson, followed by Tilly Guy, then Mia Miatello.
Snap goes the gate on our 15 girls out on track. Good start there out of gate 1. That'll be Molly Williamson. She's poked her nose out in there in front. She's going to have the prime real estate through that first corner. Going to go, though, with her is Zoe Weatherhead. Not too far off the pace. It looks like might be Talia Broomall not too far behind as well as they come back towards us. It's the 53 machine of Williamson. Tucked in there for the 2 is Zoe Weatherhead. In and out of this second corner, that'll be the 6'6 machine of Talia Broomall. In there for the 3. It looks like her teammate might not be too far behind either. Isabella Blackwell, she's sitting in about that 4th wheel. She's winding up down this final straight. But this one's going to go to Molly Williamson for the win.
Got our 15 girls out of the gate now, and Remy Pennell, she had a cracker. She's on that pink bike there, bringing it down the first straight. Looks like it's going to be Lily Myers tucked in there behind her all the way from Castle Hill as they head in and out of that first turn. Now we've got Jessica Collins. She's making a move now down that second straight. Also in the mix is going to be Ruby Haywood. But check out Pennell. She's on that 77 machine on that pink radio line as she heads down the third straight. Lily Myers, she's on that aqua bike, bringing it down into the last turn now. Doing a great job, the 15 girls, thanks to sprintblock.com. Remy Pennell, she's had a cracker of a lap. She'll take this one over the white stripe for the win, with Lily Myers tucked in there for the 2. In there for the 3 will be Jessica Collins. Ruby Haywood rounds them out.
$15 boys. Looks like a great start from the rider. Could have been Bays or Prandy getting a great start, but here comes Matty Fox on the inside. He's going to get the whole shot. That's the Cairns rider, Matthew Fox, doing it nicely, heading along second straight. We've got Stokel, Bays, Prandy there up near the front end as well, but let's see if they can catch Foxy. I don't think he's going to let it happen. So it is going to be Matthew Fox, followed by the 6A. That is Isaac Bays doing it nicely. We go back to the 18 of Prandy, and the 67 rounds out your top 4. That is Oliver Booth, but Matty Fox, Foxy takes this one home away from Bays, Prandy, Booth.
Sprintblock.com brings us our 15 boys. More 15 boys out on track. Good start there out of gate 8. That might be Harvey Brooks with that pink jersey on. He's going to get into this first corner in that number 1 position. Looks like Jaden Soulsby sitting in there for the 2. In and out of that first corner. It's still got Harvey Brooks. He had that whole shot through that from lane 8. We go back to the 5A machine, not too far off the pace in there as well. But in and out of that second corner, we've still got Harvey Brooks with the lead. He's going to hold on to this one through that that final corner. Soulsby's in there for the 3, the 2 at the moment. He's going to struggle to hold on to this one down towards the finish line. He does hold on to the 2.
More 15 boys action coming at us, and Eli Schroeder, he flew out of the gate like in Cadden. He's got Cameron Miller up on his left side, coming out through the middle there. Bergman, Walgals are all going with him. We got Nick Minogue in the mix with Caden and Nevin, but it is Eli Schroeder. This is your 101 machine doing it for Envy Racing. He's got the World 4 chasing him down in and out of this second turn now. Looks like it's going to be Leighton Gorslow might have a piece of the action as they work their way around that final turn. Eli Schroeder really pushing that machine in and out of the turns and bringing it down over the white stripe, taking a great win with Cameron Miller in there for the 2.
$15 boys, brought to you by Sprint Block. This is going to be an amazing quarterfinal to watch in our next round. We've got plenty of plate holders, plenty of talent. That looks like it's going to be the home track boy, Mason Thorne, with the big W8 on the plate, getting the whole shot. We've got Nabilius, he'll be up there somewhere as well. We've got the 77 in there for 2. Jed Lillicrap is the rider in there for the 3. So that's Rowlands in there for the 2. So Thorne, Rowlands, Lillicrap, they're your top 3 at the moment. We've got Simmons, Bentley, Malinowski and Hillebrand in the mix as well, but our 3 front runners are going to be Mason Thorne, Harry Rowlands, Jed Lillicrap.
The snap goes the gate on our 15 boys. Good start there from Heath Cully out of gate 7. We'll see how he goes down towards this straight, the first straight. I think Riley Matthews had a cracking start here. He's going to put it into that number 1 position. He's gone a little bit high on that berm though. As they come back towards us, we'll pick up these plates. I reckon that's going to be Riley Matthews in that number 1-2. Then we go back to the 5-2-5 and the 6-2-2. That'll be Cully in there for the 2. Ives in there for the 3. In and out of this second corner. We've still got Riley Matthews. He's going to hold on to this one, I think, all the way through the finish line. Cully's all over his back wheel as they come down towards the line. Cully's going to settle for the 2. Challenge there between Ives and another rider for 3 and 4.
Next, last lot of 15 boys out and about now. What a great start out of the outside there by Justin Jung. Up on the inside, we've got Austin Hoban and Ashton Smith really banging bars in and out of that first turn now. We've got Luke Morris in the mix, back in the mid pack with Dean Hadley and Cruz Williams. And as they head down this second straight now, bringing it into the second turn, it's Justin Jung leading the charge. Oh, great move there by the radio line rider of Luke Morris at his home track. He's pops himself up into the 2 spot. That pushes back into the 3 spot, Austin Hoban, but it is Justin Jung with the charge and the win for that rack.
$16 girls, brought to you by Penrith BMX Club. It looks like Kiara Dewhurst got a great start. The other rider there going with her is going to get the whole shot. We've got Dewhurst, Chloe Hart, Amy Main. We've got Kelly, Sinsbury, McCarthy, McAuliffe and Dowse. And the rider who got the whole shot, that could be Hart, doing it very nicely in that 1 spot at the moment. I see Emma Kelly in the pink gear sitting in there for the 3. So it's Hart. She's the leader. She's the one they're chasing. The rider back in there for 2 is Briley Dowse. Then we go back to Emma Kelly. She's from the Cairns BMX Club. Cairns riders having a great race today, but it is going to be Chloe Hart out of Queensland. She's going to take the win. Briley Dowse, the Victorian, for 2. Emma Kelly, Queensland, for 3.
Penrith BMX brings us our 16 girls out on track. Good start there from the Penrith rider of Erica Goodwin. We'll see how she goes coming across the track here. I think Mackenzie Copeland's going to get the whole shot through that first corner. Looks like Goodwin might be in there for the 2. In and out of that first corner. We'll pick up the other place riders as they come back towards us. But it's going to go Copeland over Goodwin at the moment. Goodwin's trying to find a way through. I think that's Venables not too far behind as well. She's trying to find a place into this final corner. It's still going to go Copeland over Goodwin in and out of this final corner. We'll see how they go down this final straight. It looks like Venables in there for the 3. As they come down towards the line, it's going to go Copeland, Goodwin, Venables.
Third gate of 16 girls in our Moto 3 as they charge down that hill. We've got World 5 Mina Banks in the mix. It looks like Talia Cook. We've got World 4 Isla Bassa. That's where the battle's going to be with Isla Bassa and Mina Banks. Your World 4 and your World 5. Isla Bassa knows the track well and she's in charge at the moment. She's heading into the second turn, leading Mina Banks around. Then we've got Danica Memory holding that 3 spot. Her battle with the Narberth there and our ace rider as they ride around. That might be Claire Kyle as they work their way around that final turn. Isla Bassa, she's cleared out, got daylight between her and Banks, but Memory's on the back wheel of Banks. Bassa's going to take the win.
Right, this is your 16 boys sprint block development hub. Brings you this race. First gate of 6. We've got Much, Maloney, Carson, James, Hall, Vacharella and Mangan as the boys decide their placings as they head along second straight there. It is going to be the 55. James sits in there for 2. So the 55 is the one they're chasing. That is Deegan Maloney. Very close between 1, 2, 3. Mitch is in there for the 2. We go back to Vacharella in that 3 spot. But it looks like that's the way they'll change. Bit of slicing and dicing, but it is going to be Deegan Maloney followed by Mitchell James, Giancarlo Vacharella.
Gate drops on the next rack of 16 boys. Good start there out of gate 2. That'll be TJ Ricana Gray. He's got a cracking lead here as they go into that first corner. Looks like Scary might be trying to go with him from the outside though. That looks like it might be. We'll pick up the plates as they come back towards us. That might be Gauchi in there for that 2 spot. No, it's the 529 machine. That'll be Jackson Phillips in there for the 2. TJ Ricana Gray though, he's got that lead into that final corner. I reckon he's going to hold on to this one all the way through the finish line. Scary's sitting in there for about 3. In and out of that final corner. It looks like AJ Wilmot's trying to find a way through here. He's going to have to settle for the 4.
Next rack of 16 boys. What a great start out of gate 7 there. Zane Radajak. We've got Ty Taylor, Jared Brinkley in the mix as well. Up on the inside, Will Tolmie. He had a cracker of a start. Aston Houlihan back in the middle of the pack though, but your leader bringing it down that second straight out of gate 7, Zane Radajak. He is flying in and out of this second turn. Going there with him is going to be Riley Botha as they work their way around there. We've got an ace race flyer back there in the 3 spot, but he's under heat and it's coming from Will Tolmie on the 225 machine, bringing it into the last turn now. The front runners have cleared out. It's all up front with Zane Radajak. He's taken the win for that one with both clearing in for the 2 spot.
Boys, gate number 4, brought to you by Sprint Block Development Hub. I'm expecting a fast start from the pink rider of Zane Burke, but he's going to follow the other rider. We could have Harvey Kauppinen. We've got Oliver Hogan, Ollie Hall, Oliver Beams, 3 Ollies in this one. Zane Burke slots himself into 2. He's chasing the 23, the number in there for 1. That's going to be the 23 of Oliver Hogan. So it's Hogan away from Burke. Then we go back to the 277. That is Jai Harvey with Kauppinen, Hall and Beams doing their best to try and get to that all-important top 4's the points they want, but it'll be Hogan for the win. Burke and Harvey for 2-3.
More 16 boys action out on track. Good start there out of the middle. That was Micah Maloney. He had a cracking start, or that might be Callum Cristiano. Will pick up the plates as they come back towards us. It looks like it might be Cannon Hayes has slotted himself in there for the 2 as they come around the track. We'll pick up the plates. That's going to be the 216 machine. That'll be Micah Maloney in that number 1 position. Then we go back to the 519 there. He's sitting in 3rd wheel at the moment. That's Cummins. Mateo Cummins sitting in there for the 3. In and out of that final corner. It looks like Maloney. He's going to have Cannon Hayes all over his back wheel for company as he gets it done across the line in the number 1 spot.
Last gate of 16 boys from Moto 3 as they head down that start hill up on the inside. The action's coming from Aston Shepherd out of gate 2 there. Then from the outside, moving over Caleb Nicol as they work their way inside, in and out of that first turn, bringing it down the second straight. Looks like it might be all up front. That is the 95X there. That's going to be Aston Shepherd leading them through. Then we've got Purnell back in mid-pack. We've got a bit of a move back on 3 and 2 spot there as they work their way in and out of that last turn. But it is all up front with Aston Shepherd there. He'll take the win, and there's a very close finish with 2 and 3.
All right, moving along now. This is your 17 to 24 women. First gate, Talia Marsh. She snapped that gate. Look at her go. She'll get the whole shot there. These are your 17 to 24 women, and that's your rider from Clarence Valley in New South Wales, doing a great job in the one spot. We've got Longbottom, Hall, Westbrook, Robertson, Packer, Beams and Crocker in the mix as well, but it's all at the moment. Talia Marsh, the one they're chasing. The rider in there for 2, that is going to be Ivy Westbrook. We go back to Portia Longbottom in third wheel at the moment with Turbo Talia Robertson in there for the 4 spot. But look at the lead from this young lady. Talia Marsh should take a nice win for this one. Ivy Westbrook in there for 2. Longbottom and Robertson for 3 and 4.
Second gate of 17 to 24 women out on track. Good start there. That looks like it's going to be Stella Begg. She's managed to poke her nose out in front into this first corner. Looks like it might be the crisp colours there. Brianna Robertson in there for the 2. As they go down into this second straight, it's going to go Begg to Robertson at the moment. We've got the Stay Strong rider not too far behind of Charlie Miatello. She's sitting in the 3, but she's got the 239 machine of Kiara Dixon all over her back wheel. As they come down this rhythm section, it's still going to be Begg over Robertson into that final corner. Looks like the challenge might be between Miatello and Dixon in and out of this final corner. We'll see if Miatello can hang on to this one down towards the finish line. She does hold on to the 3.
Third gate of 17 to 24 women out and about now. They're down that first straight. What a great start there by Kobe Stagg and Jasmine Erseg out of the far gates there. We've got Zalia Monkley. She's popped herself up through the middle. Jen Mackey, she's coming around in third wheel as they work their way through that first turn there. Now they're already working their way down this second straight there, and it's going to be the 66 machine of Ava Potter with the lead. Jen Mackey's going there with her. She's on that yellow machine with a 28 on her plate. We look like back in 4th position there. That's Zalia Monkley doing a great job, but they're working their way around now. Mackie wants a piece of that top action, but Ava Potter won't let her pass. Ava Potter holding on tight. She's going to take the win over Mackie for the 2.
First gate out of 6 for your 17 to 24 men, brought to you by Hardy's Haulage, looking like the T-squared rider of Tucker. He's going to get the whole shot there. Another rider going with him, couple of them. We got Craig, we got Asmus, Emons, Hines, Wilson, Fernandez and Metty in the mix, but it is Tommy Tucker doing it nicely at this stage. The rider in there for 2, that is going to be the 178 in there, doing a great job. We've got the 242 of Hines in there for the 3 spot at the moment as the boys settle themselves into that top 3, top 4, nice and clear at the moment. But Tommy Tucker from Pine Rivers, he'll have to settle for the 2 with Craig taking the win.
Hardy Haulage brings us our 17 to 24 men out on track. Good start there from gate 8. That'll be Brody Gooch with the 1A on his plate. He's going to try and defend this into that first corner. He hangs on to it in and out of that first corner. It looks like we might have Rob Griffiths in there for the 2. At the moment, we've got the 371. Then we go back to the 3. So that'll be Tweedale in there for the 2. Then we've got the 32 of Reed Stewart, not too far off the pace in and out of this final corner though. Brody Gooch still hangs on to this one. He's going to point it down for home. He's going to get across the white stripe first. Tweedale in there for the 2, Stewart for the 3.
Another 17 to 24 men coming at us thanks to Hardy's haulage as they head down that first straight now. What a great start out of the middle. Jacob Bremer is really pushing through to get in and out of that first turn. We got Cal Wilson back in third wheelers. They work their way through. We're looking at picking up their other riders. We've got Jordan Bailey and Dante Cooper really pushing through now. That's the 611 machine leading them through. Dante Cooper. We've got the FD2 rider tucked in there behind him. Cal Wilson holding on to that 3 spot. They're working their way down that third stride. Jack Speedy Young in the mix as well, but it is all up front with Dante Cooper. He's held on tight and he'll hold on to the win for that one.
Moving right along as one of our riders just slips a pedal. Let's see if he can catch the rest of the field. This is your 17 to 24 men, gate number 4, brought to you by Harty's Haulage. It is going to be our big W2 plate rider of Zachary Hutton from the Bundaberg BMX Club there in Queensland, doing a great job. We've got the 68 going with him. Morosky's in about 4th wheel at the moment. So that's the 68 in there for 2 of Liam Weston. Then we go back to James Butson sitting in there for the 3. It is very close for 4, 5, 6. These gentlemen are all looking for those all important points, but Hutton, he's going to take a very convincing win over Weston and a very close for 3, 4, 5.
Gate drops on the next one of 17 to 24 men, and with a good start there, that might be Marcus Walker. He's going to try and put it into that first corner in that number 1 position. He does. He gets through that first corner. We've got Zachary Van Bladel out there for that number 2 position. In and out of that first corner down this second straight. We go back to the 74 machine in there for the 3. That'll be Mirjani. Not too far off the pace, but into this third straight. It's still going to go with the Marcus Walker with that lead. He's going to point it now for home. The blue jersey all over his back wheel. That'll be Zachary Van Bladel out there for that number 2. Then we go back to the number 3 of Mia.
Our final gate of Moto 3 for our 17 to 24 men. Gate has dropped and they're out and about. Out of gate 3 now, VJ Illis. He had a cracker of a start up on his inside there. Hudson McLeod, Lincoln Davis popped himself through there, but it looks like Hayne Dawson from the outside. He's coming up through the middle, bringing it down the second straight now, but it is all the 85X VJ Illis at the moment. Then we've got McLeod following him through as they work their way down that third straight. Hayne Dawson looking for a spot. He's doing some shopping, popped himself into the 4th spot now, but back up front, our leader from start to finish. That's going to be VJ Illis taking the win for that one. What a great Moto 3 that was, and we are going to resume racing at 6:30 p.m. New South Wales time, where the riders will have a chance to have a warm-up between 6 and 6:30, but we're going to be back for the qualifiers and the finals starting at 6:30. That was a great Moto 3, Joe.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mind. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2,
what a backdrop. Camden, New South Wales, playing host to the 2025 GWM BMX National Championships. Over the next half an hour, we're going to cover the biggest week in BMX, from riders, rivalries, and what it takes to get to the top. You're going to now see a pro panel full of the fastest riders in Australia, hosted by Jace Cunning.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here trackside at the 2025 GWM BMX Racing National Championships in Camden, and we're set for a huge night of racing. On the panel with me, I've got 2016 Olympian and two-time national champion Bodie Turner, junior world champion and multi-time World Cup winner Taya Rufus, World Cup winner Jesse Asmus, and we've got a World Cup overall champion Ollie Moran and last year's national champion. First things first, how is the setup looking here in Camden, and how excited are you guys for racing this weekend?
The track looks awesome. It looks like a full festival with all the tents and the pro shops and the chill zone and all the cars everywhere. It's kind of like the coolest nationals I've been to.
So the venue, the energy, how's it feeling to be back at Australia's premier event?
I think it's the energy's really cool. I came out yesterday to watch the racing, and I don't know, the fans and stuff, the spectators, it was a pretty cool environment to be around. And I know the entries are pretty big for this event. So, yeah, I think something like tonight for the night show, I think it's a pretty cool thing to, be a part of and be up on the gate and look around the track and I guess see all the people out watching and everyone having a good time, especially come finals. Gets pretty tense and you can kind of feel it, and getting up on the hill and seeing all the riders getting nervous and all the spectators getting excited. It's a pretty cool thing to be a part of.
How about you, Bodie? You're not racing this weekend, but you've been at a lot of big events around the world. You've raced the Olympics. You've done all this cool stuff. How is it to be here in Camden and be ready to watch these guys battle it out tonight?
Yeah, it's it. Spectator this week, unfortunately, but just standing around the track, and certainly yesterday during finals, during the age class racing, the whole surrounds of the track were just packed with people, all cheering on, and just the whole facility looks so cool with all the tents and people just yelling and screaming. And just to be on that side of the fence for once and kind of watching it, cheering on the people that, from my club and from back home, and it's just such a spectacle, and I think the facility really just creates that vibe.
So, Taya, you raced Tuesday night here. We had the National Series. You came away with second place. What do you think the key is to getting around this track fast and being competitive tonight?
I definitely think the first straight is a separator. I think there's just so much pedaling, and the first jump's actually quite tricky for us girls. There's lots of girls manualing actually, so I think getting that first jump right and getting around the track good. And
we'll move on to Ollie. From a rider's point of view, you being an absolute powerhouse with that big stature and stuff, how do you think that this track rewards power, and then someone like Jesse that's very precise on his bike? So how do you think this track's going to reward both of you with your different kind of riding styles?
Well, I think this first straight's very unique. You can literally get away going down the first straight without getting your wheels off the ground. Well, one wheel off the ground. So it's really just kind of just very raw. So it's just getting to the bottom of the hill and just, getting those legs spinning as fast as they can. And the track's a lot more mellow than most tracks. It's a lot rounded. You kind of really have to work for it to make your speed. The track's not going to give it to you. So I think there's a big advantage coming out of the first turn in first.
So what about you, Jesse? You're a very precise rider. You're very good at making moves. You're known for that kind of stuff. So how do you think this track can play into your strengths?
I've always had a bit of trouble on this track. As you said, it's a very it's a different track. I think it plays to a powerful rider because the track doesn't give you much. I find I'm very much of a land low and get my butt near the back tire and get as much backside as I can. And I find when I do that down second straight, a guy will just be stood tall pedaling past me, and then I lose all my speed when I'm trying to do what I normally do. So I think I've got to change up the way I ride on this track a bit to really make the most out of the track. But I think I've ridden here enough now to know that. So I think I'm able to make those adjustments and still put myself in a position. But yeah, this is a track I've raced a couple of times, but I can't say I've ever finished a race here and gone, oh, sweet, that was a good result.
How does this entire setup here in Camden with the facility, everything around, the pit setups, the infrastructure, and then such an awesome track compared to nationals that you've been to in the past?
That's it. Every year it just keeps getting bigger. We're fortunate to have some really good facilities around Australia. We've held nationals at Shepparton down in Melbourne, and that council's behind them, just trying to make the event better and better every year. Then we have Sleeman, of course, which is going to be hosting World Championships next year. And then now Macarthur as well. Is for 2 or 3 years in a row, they can just hold massive events here. And it's just got all the space and everything
everything you need. You know, you can have all the vendors out the back, all the pro tents and all the riders around the side, and there's even the pump track for all the kids. Like, it just has everything for everyone. So it's very, just like spectator friendly, and people can walk around and just walk past Jesse, walk past Ollie. Sayar is here this week, and you can literally just have a conversation with him. So, I think each year it just gets bigger and better.
As you are watching, you're on the sidelines this weekend. We've seen some stacked racing from the field this weekend already, especially on Tuesday. There's been some insane performances. So who has impressed you so far, and who do you think is to look out for tonight in racing?
Such a tough question. You can't go past Ollie. He rides here pretty often. He got the win on Tuesday, looking strong, looking like he's in good form, and then he's also defending champ. So be good to see him go back to back and get his name on that trophy yet again. But you can't look past the likes of Jesse, Joel Marsh, who just took out the National Series as well. I don't think he even had to race the last round because he went back to back to back. So these boys are on fire. And then you've got Josh Jolly stepping up to elite this year as well, and he has just been formidable this year, both in Australia, over in the States, and then almost won a world title as well. It's just been on absolute fire, and I think it's really hard to pick on who's going to get it. And I think, like the guys have said, it will come down to who's first in the first corner, but then this track, it's challenging. It's going to take someone to be patient, someone who's going to stay smooth, but then you also throw in the mix, like it could be windy. Like yesterday, we had a tornado come through here, so you just never know, and you just hope it's perfect conditions. Everyone can put out their best lap, and it's whoever's fastest, smoothest on the day gets the win.
From watching the women's racing this weekend, Bodie, we've got fresh faces like Taya. She's fresh off a World's final in Elite. She's skipped U23 straight from junior, but she's up there with the likes of Saya Sakakibara, who's the Olympic gold medalist. How do you think the youth and the experience of those riders changes the dynamic of the racing tonight?
It's incredible, especially, to see Taya step up from, she just skipped under 23 altogether, gone and got a world plate. It's pretty spectacular to see these girls getting in the mix. Bella May's another one, stepping up there and giving it a red-hot crack. And I think, Saya really can't be complacent this week. These girls are on fire. Sienna got the win on Tuesday. I think there's a really good class there, and there might only be one gate of them, which means they would have to do 3 races, and it's best across 3 races. So they're going to have to be consistent every single moto, or final, you could say, to ensure that they've got good points leading into the final. And if you win all 3, you're the champ. But if you get a 3rd or a 4th, it could throw your points out. So it'll be interesting to see the girls. They got a pretty cruisy little first straight here. They can get up over the first jump all right and kind of push through the track. I just hope that, they can all... It'll be nice, tight racing, and I honestly couldn't pick it.
How do you prepare for a race? Do you visualise? What's your warm-up routine? Any superstitions? What gets you ready to get up on that start hill, look out to a massive Camden crowd and be ready to focus on your process and not worry about the riders around you?
I think, like you said, there is a lot of pressure. I know a lot of people talk about pressure from external pressure from other people, but I find I more have to deal with the pressure from myself, because I know how much work I put into the preparation for the race, and I know how much time and effort I put into it. So there's a lot of pressure on myself to do what I feel like I can do. But it's just about staying in a solid mindset, reminding myself that pressure is a privilege. I'm privileged to be up on that gate and to feel those nerves. I know there'd be a lot of people who dream of that. I know I dreamed of that, watching Bodie, watching you, up on the gate when I was younger, wishing I could be up there. And now that I'm up there, I feel like it's not so much there's pressure. I feel like I'm privileged to be up there. And I just try to stay in the zone, just go through my routines, try to do everything the same before each lap, so everything's just routine. And just realize that, I'm really lucky to be up there.
And as for you guys, there's a lot of you tonight that are great friends that get to race here. You travel to World Cups and stuff all together, which is a bit different because you head over there and it's kind of Australia against the world, even though it's an individual sport. But coming home this weekend and basically everyone you get on the gate with is kind of your friend. How does that change the dynamic of the racing, and how do you work on being able to push harder even though you're on the gate with all your friends and stuff?
Me and Ollie have had a little bit of times where we get a little annoyed at each other in racing. We're really good friends off the track, but on the track it can get a little dicey at times, and if I beat him, he's not so stoked. If he beats me, I'm not so stoked. And we let each other know it across the finish line too, but it just stays on the track. And I feel like we all are very good with that, like everyone in the pits and in staging and stuff. Obviously, when it's finals time, we all, we're in our zone. But just in the general, like in the breaks between racing, I feel like we're not, we just joke around, laugh around. And then pretty much when we get called into the racks and we're walking up the hill, there's not really so many friends anymore. It's more like not so much enemies, but we're competitors now. But I feel like we do well at keeping that on the track. But I enjoy racing people because as much as Ollie wants to beat me, I want to beat him. And when I beat him, I'm stoked. And when he beats me, I'm sure he's stoked too. So I think it works out really well.
So Australia has produced some absolute world-class names. What do you think the vibe is in the scene right now? We've just come back from Worlds in 3 out of 6 of the elite classes. We got a silver medal. There was multiple people in the finals, Taya, Jesse, all these people. How do you think the scene is right now from an Australian perspective, and where do you think it's heading?
Well, I just think the younger riders coming through are just so strong. Like you can see with the girls, like you got Taya, Sienna, Bella, and countless others that are just pretty much straight in the elite and getting results. And then with the boys as well, like last year in our under-23 class, I think they were the top 5 finishers in the under-23 series. 4 of them were Australians. So it's like we've got so many people coming up, and like next year with the Worlds in Australia, it's going to be pretty tough to, get a spot with everyone, gunning for that, and then at LA 2028. So, yeah, the competition's getting really, it's only getting stronger, and everyone's, stepping it up. So it's getting harder. Everyone's getting stronger, so it's good.
For anyone out there tonight, Bodie, on the sidelines, the kids watching that wish to be in positions like you guys, and especially you coming from a young kid in the sport up to racing at the Rio Olympics, and then with Worlds being here next year and these huge events, what is something that you wish you would have known at their age racing in national championships?
It's a tough one. I think, as a kid, I was always told to just take it race by race. And I think it's really hard. You can't always plan too many years ahead in BMX. You just always got to, like, there's always a World Championships every year. There's always a National Championships every year. And I think if you just take it race by race, eventually all those wins are going to compound into doing some pretty incredible stuff. National Championships is a huge, like, a lot of people don't leave their state when they race BMX, and then they come to a National Championships like this one here, and you see there's 1,600 entries, and it's so overwhelming. And some people, it might be a little scary, but others, it excites them, and it's just incredible.
Leading into tonight's racing, you're going to be up there with some of your idols from when you were younger. How is it going to feel to line up there with such stiff competition like the Olympic gold medalists?
Yeah, I mean, we got seven tonight, so it's going to be some pretty hectic racing. 3 motos, 3 finals. So it's going to be pretty hectic. We got some girls that I've sort of grown up racing, and then the Olympic gold medalists who I've sort of looked up to my whole life. So yeah, it's going to be really cool. I think it's going to produce some really good racing between the 3 of us girls, and then we'll just be chasing down Sayers Capybara. So
obviously next year there's something pretty significant on the horizon. Brisbane is hosting the 2026 UCI BMX World Championship for challenge and championship classes. So having that basically in our backyard at a track all you guys have ridden a million times, and not too far to travel for people from around this area. How do you think that the 2026 BMX Racing World Championships is going to compare being in Australia to ones that you've been to in other countries, and the facility that we have up there in Sleeman?
The facility is incredible. We held the World Cup there last year or the year before, and that was just insane. There were people coming from all over Australia just to watch. So I think it's so good for Australia. We don't get many events here. It's a long way for a lot of countries to travel, so it's such an incredible opportunity. We have the Oceanas there in February. We've got nationals in April or May in Shepparton. So it's all fairly like at these incredible facilities, but you just got everything in Australia that you get to see all these pros, not only from Australia, but then in July you travel up to Brisbane and you get to see the best in the world.
How about you, Taya? Leading up to the World Championships in your home country, you live up in Brisbane now, so it's basically a home track for you. How's your preparation going to look for that? Are you going to do the World Cups? Are you going to race the National Series and National Champs beforehand? What do you think is going to be your preparation leading up to the home world titles?
Yeah, I definitely think I'll sort of tick off all those races, and we also have a really cool setup now at home where the QAS, the Institute of Queensland riders, are all training together, 2 to 3 times a week.
Getting to go to a Worlds knowing that you've ridden that track a million times, and you basically get to wake up at home and head out and race the World Championship.
It's a pretty big advantage, I would say, as Taya just mentioned, we've got a pretty cool setup in Brisbane now, and we are training there, 2 times a week. And, like the last couple of months, that's probably the only track I've really ridden for, quite a while now, which isn't normal for me. Normally I'm riding quite a lot of different tracks, but, it's good, to know that I've got that time on the track, I've got it pretty well dialed. I've done full laps on it. I've done race simulations on it. It's not going to be anything new coming to it. It's not going to be something where I have to go to, Copenhagen. You go in there, the first couple of sessions are all just getting feeler for the track. Going to Sleeman, it's going to be, I'm just going to be going to the track to, feel good on the track, get my body activated. It's not going to be so much having to get used to the track because I would have spent so much time on it. But, I'm excited for it.
As I said before, we travel so far to these events and not a lot of people come to Australia. And a lot of the time when we go to a World Cup, everyone is a local hero at that track. They've all been riding there week in, week out and just training at this track. And we show up jet lagged, we get 2 practices, crash a couple of times, and then just show up on the gate on racing and we're just going to put it all out there. Finally, we get the chance to have the upper hand. And I think it's going to be so incredible for all our guys that are already performing at that stage with little preparation compared to all the other guys, when now they've got the opportunity to have a race on their home track, which is just going to be so awesome.
So, Ollie, you work with a few young kids. You do a bit of coaching and stuff. We got a very quick turnaround to Nationals next year, which is the qualifier for Worlds. What advice would you give to the younger kids that are planning to go to Worlds and have to do a quick turnaround from here, get back to Shepparton, race Nationals, qualify, and then race Worlds?
I think a big thing for all the young kids and parents as well is just keeping it fun for the kids. I feel saw it yesterday. The ones that were doing well weren't the ones sitting in their tent by themselves, not doing anything. The ones that were doing well were the ones having fun, smiling, enjoying the fact that they race in the biggest race of the year at such a cool venue. But yeah, so it's I don't know how many months, a handful of months until it's not that big of a turnaround. So it's just enjoy yourselves, ride for fun, and then don't take things too seriously. Obviously you have to be serious when you're training and everything. But also you can keep it fun and enjoyable, and that's just going to help to the longevity of your career kind of thing. So yeah, keep it fun.
We see people like Bodie, who's been in the sport for a very long time. You're doing administrative stuff with your club now. How are you finding that experience and doing a bit more of the behind the scenes stuff of BMX and not just getting on the gate and racing your heart out?
Yeah, we're doing a bit back home, particularly on the club level, just to help out some of the clubs back home and try and hold some cool events, and also just get people involved in BMX. And as Ollie said, keep it fun, and that's the best way to kind of retain some members in our sport as well. Sometimes you can some kids, they train, and they're a little too structured, and they kind of fall out of love in the sport. So a big thing is remember why we ride bikes. It's fun. We get to go out and do jumps and skids and pop some mono. So
Jesse, you do a lot of travelling and stuff. You do coaching camps up north, plus racing World Cups, and basically being a full-time athlete. How do you manage, and how do you find the experience of working with a 5-year-old at a regional club like Emerald, and then the following week you're racing a World Cup at a track like Papendal that's world-renowned?
I mean, it's pretty cool. I think, as I mentioned before about getting up on the gate, I feel like it's a privilege to be in the position I'm in now. I feel like I've looked, it's been a dream of mine for a while, and being able to go and, go from one extreme to the other and be in another country racing a World Cup, and then come home, be home for a week, and then go up north and do some coaching. I think it's a really cool thing because I get to see both sides of it. I really enjoy hanging out with the younger kids and seeing them have fun. And as Bodie and Ollie have both mentioned, just trying to keep it fun for them because, yeah, one day they might, if they decide to, they could get to a World Cup. But, I feel like it's all about having fun.
That's why the kids love it, and they chase you around and all that stuff. So great work. All right, huge thank you to these guys for giving us your time. That was some awesome insight, Stoke all around, and we're set for a huge night of racing here in Camden. So don't go anywhere, stay around. The Elite Finals are coming up right after this.
I'm here with Josh Jolly, first time stepping up into Elite Men this year, mate. You've been on fire all season. There's plenty of buzz around racing. What's it feel like coming into Camden this year, stepping up for the first time into Elite Men?
First Elite Men race should be pretty good. I've raced the boys. I won Superclass last year, so racing some of the same guys. But yeah, stoked to come out here to Camden and go for the title.
Was there a moment you felt over the last 12 or 24 months that it kind of just clicked, or do you think it's just been a constant kind of progression moving on up into Elite?
Pretty constant, to be honest. I mean, when I won Worlds last year as a junior, that was the click where I thought, yeah, I could do this, just kept pushing after that, and yeah, it's been it's been a good journey. But yeah, we're here, first elite race, and yeah, we'll try to get it done.
It's a very fast track. I do know from hearing from a lot of the guys around that the track doesn't do much for you. You've got to put in the work to get around this track smooth. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, you got to push hard. The jumps are big and rolly, so you definitely got to stay on point and kind of take a step back, not be too aggressive, because if you do, you'll make mistakes. So yeah, just try and flow, stay smooth through the track, and yeah.
I was about to say, you're known as more of an aggressive type rider and really pushing through the pack and pushing for a gap. So does that mean your game plan kind of changes a little bit, or?
Just try and get out front from the start and then hold it for the rest of the lap. But yeah, I think if you're not in front, it's going to be hard to make some moves, especially in the corners. But yeah, just try and get out front fast and yeah, take it from there.
There's a good mix of veterans and young guns in the class, pretty stacked field. You got the likes of Ollie Moran, defending national champion, Hayden Fletcher, the absolute horse down the first straight, and then the list goes on. Who are your eyes on? Who's setting the pace this week? And yeah, who do you have to watch out for?
Ollie's home track, so Ollie will be going quick. He's the defending champ, so yeah, he's looking to go fast at a home track, and a few other local boys like Hussey, and then Hayden's been training here, so a lot of the boys will be going quick, but yeah, we'll just try to be the one to go quicker.
So you had a pretty spectacular performance at World Championships. Unfortunately, it didn't end your way. Does that just help build a little bit of confidence moving into elite? Let's talk a little bit about that. You know, how did you feel after the event, and then how are you taking those steps forward to kind of bounce back and really prove that you're a fierce competitor in the elite class?
I was pretty confident coming into Worlds. Yeah, it didn't go my way. Made a little mistake, but you know, you learn from those mistakes, and it's just a race. Yeah, it sucked. I was bummed for a little bit, but now it's just made me even hungrier to go again next year and come here and yeah, just keep chasing those titles.
And I'm here with Emma Kelly from Cairns BMX Club. Emma, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
It's all right. You're here at the 2025 GWM BMX National Championships. How do you feel coming into the week? You raced on Tuesday. Talk us through the day. How do you feel just in general this week?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to race. It's going to be a good weekend of racing. I was pretty nervous going into Tuesday, but no, it was a good day, run really smoothly. I was happy with how I rode. Gives me a bit of confidence going into today, but yeah.
You've got the challenge of junior superclass girls. How does the field look? How do you feel racing against, stepping up into, you know, a championship class? How does it feel stepping into that? And, you know, is there any nerves around racing in that class?
Yeah, it's pretty nerve-wracking, especially seeing all the names that are in there, but racing's racing, so I'm just going to race my race and do my best that I can, have fun with it, and I know that I'll do well.
This week we've got the gold medalist Saya Sakakibara here. I'm sure she's an idol to you as she is for me. How did it feel, I know you got to meet her yesterday, how did it feel meeting her and watching her race and just being here amongst some of the best in the world?
Yeah, it's pretty cool saying that I'm racing at the same event as the Olympic champion. It's a pretty cool story to tell my friends back home. But yeah, no, she was really lovely. She was really inspiring. It's really cool to see that she's honest and real about her struggles as an athlete, because it's something that I feel like I can go, oh yeah, I do that as well, and then it's all right because it's worked out for her, so it might work out for me, you know.
We're here with none other than the Olympic gold medalist, Saya Sakakibara. Welcome to the National Championships. Welcome to sunny Camden, New South Wales. How are you feeling?
I am feeling so good. I'm so excited to be here, Bodie, and National Championships is a really special event for me in the calendar. This is the only domestic event that I get to do during the year, and it's the one opportunity I get to see the fans, I get to race in front of a home crowd, and always going for the National Championship sleeve is still very special.
I just kind of want to touch on coming back from overseas, racing in an event like this. Do you feel the nerves? Do you feel the pressure from those younger girls stepping up? How do you handle that stuff coming back and racing here in Australia?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I signed up to this event because I knew that we had Sienna Powell, Taya Rufus and Bella May coming, and other girls as well coming through in the elite women, and I knew that I had to bring my A game if I wanted to keep winning the national championships. So that's why I signed up. I knew that they were going to push me and bring the best out of me. So I think it's definitely different the way I approach or how I feel coming into today compared to World Cups. Obviously, it's not as big as a competition, but I still want to bring the best out of myself, and that's always my goal. every single race weekend is like, I want to go out there, do my best, and today that's what I'm going to be doing.
You won the World Cup Series, congratulations, and you got a silver medal at World Championships. Tell us a bit about it. How did you come back not only from winning gold medal last year to then carry on that performance and perform so well this year?
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, I touched on it a little bit further, but yeah, coming into this year, I really didn't know what to expect. I hadn't raced so the first one was in June, and we hadn't raced each other since the games in August. So there was like 10 months break. I had a break after that gold medal moment, and I just really didn't know what to expect, but I kind of came in having that kind of observatory mindset of seeing what was going to happen. I didn't put that too much pressure on myself to win. And then having a second in the first round, and then a fifth in the second round, and then another 2 seconds in Papendale in rounds 3 and 4. It was really cool to be like, wow, I'm still up there in the mix, getting seconds, being really consistent and getting that series lead as well. But then it actually started like a fire in my belly again to be like, I kind of really want to win now. Like, I'm getting close, but I knew that I wasn't really performing. I wasn't firing. I didn't want it as much. So that was a really, really cool experience, because it's like, oh, I really need to find that want. I really need to find that fire if I really want to win. But it was really cool to experience that even if I didn't have it, I'm still right up there.
It's pretty cool. All these kids get to see the rider inside the helmet now, you know. So what are your feelings on putting out the book and how the kids have responded to it?
Yeah, the book is super exciting. The opportunity kind of presented itself a few months after the games. My agent kind of phoned me up and was like, do you want to write a book? And I was like, yeah. I felt, in that moment, I felt like the last 4 years, ever since Kai's accident in 2020, where he had that traumatic brain injury, and having some concussions myself, going through, a very up and down journey myself to get to that gold medal, I felt like I had a lot of life experiences to share and a lot of lessons I learned along the way. So I was really down for it, and writing the book was such a privileged experience, and I was just so grateful to have that opportunity, because as humans we make sense of the world through stories. So for me, writing down pen and paper my story, what I went through, the ups and downs, revisiting those old wounds and those old memories that I packed away in the box and back in my head that I didn't want to revisit, was still really empowering, because it made me understand a lot more about my story and about myself. But then at the same time, it's just still mind-blowing to think that there's going to be a book out there. All those hours I've typed in a Word document is going to be in a physical book on a shelf in airports and bookstores. It's just absolutely mind-blowing. And
so you got a big year coming up next year. The 2026 Worlds are here in Australia at Brisbane. We've obviously raced a World Cup there before, and I guess just having a home crowd World Championship, trying to go one better than this year and try and get on top of the box. How are you feeling? Are you excited for the year coming up, and what can we expect out of Saya?
I'm so excited. Next year's going to be jam-packed, and having a home Worlds in Brisbane, that's where I train week in, week out. It's just going to be... I can already feel the crowd, and we've experienced, half of it when we had the World Cup last year, and having everyone cheer for me on that gate I just felt so grateful. I was like, how cool is it that I get to be here racing in front of my home crowd, and everyone's there to watch me race and hopefully win. Unfortunately, I got second both days, and I really wanted to win in front of a home crowd, but I knew that I had another chance coming next year. And yeah, a World Championship title would mean absolute world to me, but at the same time, just showing the world what I can do, and showing the world, what I love to do in front of my home crowd in my home city, it's just going to be absolutely special.
You've now heard from some of the best riders here in Australia competing at the 2025 GWM BMX National Championships. Get prepared to cheer them on in the Elite National Finals tonight.
points for Oz Cycling. I'm going to hand it over to Steve Peterson for a few words.
Thanks, Mel. Thanks very much. And just briefly, on behalf of Oz Cycling, I'd just like to welcome everyone to the 2025 GWM BMX Racing National Championships. We're really thrilled to be here in Camden for what's going to be an action-packed evening of racing. Been really thrilled with how we've been going all through the week. We've got bumper entries here, 1,600 entries through this week, and I'm really pleased with it, the vibe around the BMX track this week. Big thank you to Macarthur BMX Club, who have done just an absolute power of work through the preparation leading into this event, and continue to work so hard through the week here. So big thank you to them. Thanks to our commissaires who just work tirelessly for our sport and for BMX racing. But I've got to thank the New South Wales government through our partnership with Destination New South Wales for all the work we've been doing together to really promote the visitation here in Camden, and a big thank you to Camden City Council as well for all the work they've been doing with the club and with us, right through the national series earlier in the week and through here at the national championships. So big thank you to everyone for turning out. Looking forward to the next hour of racing. Should be absolutely amazing. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you to Oz Cycling. It has been a great event, and I'm very honoured to introduce the member for Camden. What a great venue here, and please help me welcome Sally Cornell.
Thank you so much, Mel. I just want to say to everyone who's out there today who is not from Camden, welcome to Camden. It's like this all the time. It's always this beautiful. But what an incredible venue. What an incredible opportunity and event we've got here this evening and all week. Like, it's been an incredible week of racing, and we're so lucky to be able to have it here in Camden, have such a world-class facility here in Camden. But we're also extremely grateful that people come here. The support of the sponsors is really, really important, and we're so thrilled that the New South Wales Government, Camden Council, could work together with the organisers. But I think a really big congratulations needs to go out to Macarthur BMX for having the vision to put this together, to have this here, and I'm just so proud of Camden and what we're able to do, and may everyone race really well tonight.
Perfect. Thank you so much to you both. We look forward to great finals and great racing for the finals kicking off here at 6:30.
Grab your hats, ladies and gentlemen. Out we go. This is your very first quarterfinal at the 2025 GWM National Championships, and it's going to be Dylan Secker. He's going to be the one getting the whole shot today for the very first quarterfinal. So for those watching at home, if you may not know the sport so well, it's the top four we're looking for right here. So it's a little bit cruel for five-man semis, because it's four to make it through, one to sit out. At the moment, it's Secker. Then we go back to Joshua Myberg. We've got Deacon Kirchner and Miles Davis. They're your top four, so well done to Secker, Myberg, Kirchner, Davies for the semi.
Quarterfinal number 2, 14 boys. Harvey, McNamara, Regan, Finch and Foe. 4 go through, 1 goes home, 5-man quarters. Here we go. We go down in with turn number 1. Looks like it might be the 6A plate and Nash Harvey going to lead us up this second straight. McNamara should be there or thereabouts, but it's a 6A at the moment. It's going to be Harvey, a race leader, 27. There's McNamara in the 3. So it's Regan in the 2. McNamara's in the 3. The 4-1-1. A Finch in the 4. It's Chase Foe, the rider on the bubble now as they go in and out of the final turn. Still Nash Harvey, the rider to beat. Looks like he's going to find himself in the semi-final. So too, Kate McNamara, Harrison Regan, Balin Finch.
Snap goes the gate on quarter number 3 out there on track. It looks like Jax Alden had a crack and lead here. He's going to head into that first corner in that number 1 position. Mason Benson looks like he's tucked in there for that too, as they were on the gate. Ethan Dowse not too far behind in that number 3. It's all the work to do for Gums and Doyle to get through to this semi-final, but Alderton with that lead. We got to go back to Benson in there for the 2. Dowse sitting in there for the 3. Looks like Gums is trying to find a way through here. Doyle with all the work to do into this final corner. Can he do it and get himself into this semi-final as they come down towards the finish line? Jax Alderton's going to take this one out. There's a fast finish there from Ethan Dowse. He's going to hang on to the 3 and Gums across the line for the 4.
Out we go. 4th and final quarterfinal for your 14 boys. Brought to you by Sprint Block Development Hub. We've got Miller Nelson, Dylan Fox, Ethan Attrell, Emery Harder and Tyler Tariff. Nice and single file as the boys head into second straight. Miller Nelson, Dylan Fox, they were your top 2 qualifiers. Let's see how they sit. That's going to be the 90 in there, I think it is. That's going to be Miller Nelson, I believe, followed by Dylan Fox. So they're your top 2 at the moment. Bit of a battle for the rest of the riders. Attrell and Harder are sitting in 3-4. Tariff with a bit of work to do as they head towards home, but it is going to be Dylan, Fox, Nelson, Attrell and Harder for your top 4.
Right, our quarterfinal number 1, 15 boys, 8-man quarters. Looks like it's going to be Brooks gets away to a cracking start. Where's Rowlands? He's looking for an inside line in the turn number 1, but it's all Harvey Brooks at the moment. They swing it around turn number 1, come back towards us. It's the Knox rider of Brooks is the one in charge at the moment. Let's go back to your second place rider. It's going to be Charlie Duff, the 18, the 7-7. They go 2-3 at the moment. That's Prandy in that 3 spot. And back in the forward there is Harry Rowlands on the 77 bike as they go in and out of the final turn. Looks like our positions will remain unchanged as they get down to the wide stripe. Brooks will take the win. Duff 2, Prandy 3 with Rowlands 4.
Second quarter for your 15 boys out on track. Good start out of gate 3 there. That's going to be Justin Jong in there for that number 1 position. Schroeder's tucked in there for the 2 at the moment as they head into that first corner. He's got, looks like it might be Lillicrap all over his shoulder as they come back towards us. We'll pick up these plates. So Schroeder's managed to get there in there for the 2. Then we go back to Jed Lillicrap and to the 888 machine. That one's going to be Lukey Morris in there for that 4. In and out of this second corner. They're getting down into that final corner now. It's still going to go to Jung at the moment. He's got this one right the way through the finish line with a fast finish here off Schroeder. Can he hang on to it? He does across the line. Morris crosses in 4th and grabs that last space.
Third quarter final out and about for your 15 boys, brought to you by Sprint Block. Look at Foxy. He's going to get the whole shot there from the Cairns BMX Club. Salisbury, Bays, Cully, Sterling, Hable, Cavison, Edwards and Minogue scrambling to find that all-important top 4, but it is the Cairns rider of Foxy. He's the one they're chasing. The 179 sits in there for 2. In there for the 3, that's going to be the 265. So it's Salisbury in there for the 2. Cully's up there, the front end. I think Hable, they're the top 4 at the moment, but it is going to be Foxy. He'll take this one home. He'll take a spot in the semi with Salisbury in there for 2, and I believe it was Cully and Hable for 3-4.
Last quarterfinal for your 15 boys. Got some big hitters in this one. Couple of world platers in Thorne and also Cam Miller. Let's watch them as they charge down the first straight. Thorne's in there. We got Matthews, Gross, Miller, Ives, Carmody, Bentley and Wall. Here they come up through the second straight. Let's grab some numbers now. It's going to be your 3A. Matthews, your world number 8. That's going to be your local rider there in Thorne in that second spot at the moment. Back in the 4 is going to be your world number 4 plated rider and Miller. Just missed the 3 spot there, but as they swing around the final turn, it is still going to be Riley Matthews. Matthews is going to hang on to the win. Oh, it's very tight for your 3-4 spot, but the 2 will go with Mason Thorne.
Gate drops on the first of them for these 16 boys out on track. Good start out of gate one. That's going to be Oliver Hogan. He's managed to poke his nose in front here as they head down into that first corner. I reckon that might be Deegan Maloney. He's come out of gate 8. He's going to settle in there for the 2 as they come back towards us here at commentary. We'll pick up the next 3 riders into that second corner. So Maloney in there for the 2. Then we got the 55 machine. We've got Scary sitting in that 4th spot. So the 55 machine and Maloney sitting in there for the 3 in and out of this final corner. It's going to go to Oliver Hogan. He's got the pressure down all the way to the finish line. He's going to hang on to the 1 here. A little bit of a challenge here between 3 and 4. Looks like Scary gets across the line in 5th.
Sprint Block Development Hub brings you the second semi-final for Superclass. Sorry, not Superclass. They look like Superclass. These are 16 boys. They're going to be the Superclass of the future. Micah Maloney in there for the 1 spot. That could be Purnell right on his back tire. We've got Hayes. We've got Brunton there near the top end, but it is Micah Maloney. I think that could be the 56 in there for 2. That is Cannon Hayes. We go back to Brunton. Then we go back to Philp. They're your top 4 at the moment. So Purnell, he's got a bit of work to do to get to that top 4 if he wants a spot in the semi. But it is going to be Micah. Micah Maloney takes it home away from Hayes, Brunton, Philp.
Radio gates go on down. Good even start across the board. A couple of riders out the inside lanes. Might be Shepherd and Radachak having a ding-dong battle heading towards turn number 1. We got Shepherd in this one. Radachak, Hall, Nickel, Cummings, Williams, Carson and Bresington. So come back towards us now. We'll grab some numbers. It's going to be Shepherd. He'll be a race leader. The 29, the 299 and the 519. Going 2, 3, 4 at the moment. So it's going to be Radachak in that 2 spot. I think it's Caleb Nickel in the 3. The 519 might be Mateo Cummins holding down 4. They swing around the final turn, head down towards a white stripe. Shepherd, I think, over Radachak, Nickel and Cummins.
Gate drops on the last of them for the 16 boys. Good start out of gate 1. That's going to be Zane Burke in that pink kit. He's going to head into this first corner. Looks like TJ Rakana Gray's all over his back wheel, trying to find a way through as someone's diving underneath. We'll pick up the plates as they come back towards us. But we're going to go to Zane Burke with that 1 position. Then we go back to the 277 and the 75 machine. So Jai Harvey's managed to find his way through into 2. Looks like AJ Wilmot's slotted up there in 4 at the moment in that last qualifying position in and out of that final corner. It's going to go to Burke's way. He's going to hold on to this one right the way through the finish line. Harvey across the line, Rakana Gray in the 3 and Wilmot in the 4.
17 to 24. How's this? 2 world plate holders in 1 quarterfinal for your 17 to 24 men. Zach Hutton, he's going to get the whole shot. Tommy Tucker in the T-squared colours. He goes in there for the 2. That's Van Bladel. He sits in the 3 spot at the moment with Meddy, Stewart, Shepherd, Sinclair and Robinson. Work to do. Hutton, Tucker, Van Bladel. We go back to the 21 machine in there for the all-important number 4. That is Meddy, but look at the 32 on his tail. That is Reed Stewart. Here comes Reed Stewart wanting that 4 spot, but it is going to be Zach Hutton. He'll take the 1. Tommy Tucker for 2. Van Bladel and Matty will hold on to 4.
Second quarter final, 17-24 men, thanks to Hardy's haulage. Look at a drag race going on downtown at the moment. Westman and Gooch banging bars in and out of turn number 1. Oh, it might have been, I think, Westman swing around, pick up the whole shot. We'll confirm that as they come back towards us. Gooch sitting in second wheel at the moment, but it is the 68 machine, Liam Westman. Bubba Gooch in the 2. The 30s, Hart and Wilson banging bars for that 3-4 spot at the moment. Looks like it's going to be hard with the work to do. They swing in the final turn, the 2-1-6, I think it might have 2-4-6. Lockie Hine, he's tucked himself into the 3 spot there. We'll go back to Wilson for 4, but taking the win. Weston over Gooch. Hines, Wilson.
Hardy Haulage brings us our 17 to 24 men, third quarter final. Good start out of gate 2. That's going to be Dante Cooper with the lead as they head down into that first corner. We'll pick up the third, and it might be Harrison Craig, he's put himself in there for the 2 at the moment. In and out of that first corner they go. It looks like it's Nicholson with all the work to do as they come around. That's going to be Sam Asmus there in that 3 spot at the moment. In towards that final corner, we've got the 22's machine of Logan Murr slotted himself up there as well in the mix, but out there in front, Harrison Craig's managed to get it done over Dante Cooper.
This is your final quarterfinal. This is the 17 to 24 men. VJ Isles, he has been on fire all day. He looks like he's going to get the whole shot wearing those FD2 colours in there. The other riders slot in. It's going to be Walker, McLeod, Butson, Bremer, Davis, Ferry and Dawson, but it is VJ Isles. He's the one they're chasing as he goes into the third straight there, looking in there for the 2. That looks like it's going to be the 26. He's up there. Bremer sitting in about 4th wheel at the moment. We've got the 270. It could be Hudson McLeod. And also Butson, he's in the mix, but a great ride there from Isles. He will take the win.
That was Q16. All right, so we've got a...
All right, so that's your quarterfinals run and done. Don't move too far away, though, as you will see. We now have semi-finals being locked and loaded already. We are going to start with our young ladies. We do have some girls quarterfinal, semi-finals. So your 14 girls, 15 girls, 16 girls and your 17 to 24 women. We're going to have semi-finals for those ladies. And then, of course, the semi-finals for those men's classes will be coming through as well. So don't go too far away. In just a few minutes, we will be bringing you semi-final action. Fourteen girls, brought to you by Sprint Block Development Hub. So the same thing as the quarterfinals. These young ladies are looking for top 4 to make it through to the all-important national final coming up later today. Amelie Reid with the W1 on the plate. She's going to lead the ladies along second straight, doing it very nicely at the moment. So Amelie Reid back in there for 2. That's going to be the 24 machine. That is the 24 of Sienna Biffin. We go back in there for 3. That was Sophie Pilton. Jacqueline Waters in that all-important 4. Just on the bubble there, that could be Alexis Dawkins. She needs to get a bit closer to that top 4, but it is going to be Amelie Reid for the win, away from Biffin, Pilton and Waters.
Alrighty, I'm going to assume there was an issue there. The young lady's out on track. If you want to pull it up.
Gate drops on the first of the girls for the semi-finals for 15 girls. Good start out of gate one. That's going to be Molly Wilson. She's put herself up there in that number one position. Tilly Guy's all over her back wheel though as they come back towards us. I reckon Zoe Weatherhead's going to be in the mix of this as well. As they come back, we'll pick up the plates, but that one's going to be the 53 machine and Molly Williamson. Then we go back to the 27 and the 42. So Tilly Guy's been sitting in there in 3 at the moment as they come through this third corner, into the third corner. So we've got Tilly Guy. She's now up there in 2. We've got Zoe Weatherhead not too far off the pace. Then we go back to Blackwell. She's going to get down across the line as well. A little bit of a challenge there, but Molly Wilson holds on to the win.
Rightio, gate goes down, semi-final number 2. One rider opting to choose the wide lane there. We'll work out who that one was. But this is your 15 girls semi-final number 2. Georgia Kelson, Talia Broomall, Mia Tello. Also in there we've got Remy Pinnells, Ruby Nemtis and Jessica Collins. Let's pick them up now as I head down the second straight. It's going to be Kelson, your race leader. The 11 and the 66 going 2-3 at the moment. So that is Mia Tello. The 3 is going to be Broomall. The 4 is going to be Remy Pinnells. They are swinging in the final turn now. A couple of Terrigal riders in there running 3-4, doing a great job for the club, but it's all Mia Tello. She's got it all wrapped up there down the line. Mia Tello, Kelson, Broomall, Pinnells, they were top 4.
First semi-final for your 16 girls, brought to you by Penrith BMX Club. Check the action out here as well. We've got 2 world plates again in a semi-final. That's the W4 of Isla Bassa and the W5 of Mina Banks. We've also got Copland, Venables, Dowes, Main, McAuliffe and Macarthur. So it is the W4 that's leading the chase. The 254 in there for 2. Looks like the other W plate in there for number 4. So Isla Bassa, she's the one that's leading at the moment. Georgia Venables in there. We've got Mina Banks, I think it is. And then Mackenzie Copland as your top 4. But a great ride there from Bassa for the win.
Second semi of 16 girls brought to you by Penrith BMX. Good start out of gate 1. That's Danica Memory. She's got the whole shot, I reckon, through to this first corner. Although going with her is Erica Goodwin. She's going to try and hug all over that back wheel. So Goodwin in there for the 2. It looks like Hart's not too far off the pace either in that number 3 position. As they come back towards us, we'll pick up those other plates. That one is the 51 and the 551. So that'll be Kayani Young sitting in there for the 3 at the moment, as Chloe Hart sitting in there for the 4. They're bunched right up, those 1, 2, 3 and 4 down towards the finish line here. Goodwin's going to try and throw it in. Memory's going to hold on to this one. Goodwin for the 2, Hart for the 4, Kiana Young for the 3.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nation, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my.
semi-final number 1. Look at Talia Marsh tear down that hill and down through the first straight. She's absolutely flying. Looks like Ivy Westbrook's going to go with her, settling about second wheel as they swing around turn number 1. Jen Mackey's in there, Robertson, Urseg, as well as Crocker, Venables and Charlie Miatello, but it's all your Lux colours there. Talia Marsh, the rider in charge. Westbrook's in that 2 spot. The 28 and 24 are going 3-4 at the moment. That's Mackey and Robinson, and it's all Talia Marsh, the Clarence Valley rider. She swings it around the final turn now. Looks to have this one all shot to bits. Talia Marsh down to the stripe. She's going to get a pretty handy win there. There's a big battle going on for that 4 spot, but Robertson will hang on to that. But the 2 and 3 were Westbrook and Mackey.
Second semi-final for your 17 to 24 women. Sorry, I think that was Stella Begg who got the best of that start there. Talia Robertson in the crisp colours. She might just slot into maybe about 2-3. I think that's Portia Longbottom in there for that 2 spot at the moment. So Begg, I believe it is the one they're chasing. Longbottom sitting in that 2 spot. We go back in there for 3. That's going to be the 66, followed by Robertson. The other rider in there for 5. Very close as we lose one here on the second berm. So it's Begg, Longbottom. Then we go back to the 66 of Ava Potter in there for 3. Robertson still just holding on to the 4. That looks like the way they'll finish though for our 17 to 24 women. It's going to be Begg, Longbottom, Potter and Robertson. All right, so very grateful for our 1300 medics out on track supporting our riders. We do have our semi-finals. Yeah, big round of applause for Kira Dixon. Not the way she wants to end, but it was very challenging age class today. So big shout out to Kira for making that semi and for giving it all she's got. I'm sure she'll be back to ride again very soon. We are going to turn our eyes to that 5 metre hill as we head into our 14 boys semi-final.
What semi are we on?
Gates down semi-final number 1, 14 boys. Who's going to get off the best of starts? I'll tell you what, Harvey, but Alderton out through the middle gets a cracking first straight. He's going to lead us into turn number 1. It's Jax Alderton. Pretty sure that's going to be Nash Harvey. Your current 6A in that 2 spot at the moment. Let's pick up your top 4 now. We got your 27X, got your 611 there. Harry Regan holding down 3. Kirchner's in the all-important 4 at the moment, but that's a ding-dong battle for your 4 spot. Oh, big shot in there. Might have been Kirchner, I think. Swooped on a couple of riders. Still up front, there's going to be Nash Harvey. Harvey down the stripe. He'll get it done. You can leave the rest of the transponders. I'm not game enough to make the decision.
Sprint Block Development Hub brings you the second semi-final for your 14 boys, and it is Saka getting the whole shot as he has done all day. So Saka, he's got the 2A on the plate. I'd say he's going to want to better that a little bit later on today. He's on the right path as he heads towards second straight. Dylan Saka, he's the one they're chasing in your 14 boys. We go back in there for 2. That is going to be the 360 of Miller Nelson doing a great job. We've got Dylan Fox. He's in third wheel at the moment with John Joshua Myberg in that all-important 4. It's close between 4-5, but I think John Joshua will hold on to it. So it's Seka, Nelson, Fox and Myberg.
First semi-final for the 15 boys out on track. Cracking start there from Harvey Brooks out of the middle gates as we've lost our World 4 rider up over that jump of Cameron Miller, but that one's going to be Brooks out there in the lead. It looks like Schroeder's tucked in there for the 3 as they come back towards us. That might be Jung sitting in about 3 at the moment. We've got the 5A machine. That'll be Charlie Duff. He's second in there for the 3. We've got the T-squared rider sitting in there for the 4 in and out of this final corner though. It's got Harvey Brooks. He's going to get this one through the finish line. Charlie Duff's tucked in there for the 2. A fast finish here off Eli Schroeder, gets across the line in 3. A huge hand for our fallen rider, Cameron Miller. He's going to dust himself off.
Certainly not expecting the world number 4 to go out in semis. But that's BMX racing.
Black.
Gate is down. Who's going to get the best of the pop? Foxy just getting a little bit squeezed at the moment. Drag race going on downtown at the moment. Is it Matthews and Fox? Foxy out of lane number 2 picks up the whole shot. He's going to lead us up through the second straight. The Cairns rider doing it nicely. In that 2 spot there's going to be Matthews. Who's your 3-4? Your world number 8 and your 77 of Harry Rowlands. That's who. Thornton, the local lad, in that 3 spot now. Looks like he's going to find himself in a national champs final. In and out of the final turn. Oh, Matty Foxtoe, the 62 bike out of the Cairns Club. He's got it all stitched up. The 2 will be Matthews, the 3 Thorn, the 4 Rowlands.
Nice one. 16 boys, plenty of action, plenty of talent in this one. We've got Zane Burke in the pink colours and Micah Maloney. He looks like he might get the whole shot. The Cairns boys are on fire. Micah Maloney, he's going to take the 1 there into the corner. Zane Burke will slot in there for 2. We've got Radajak up there somewhere too. It's Maloney, it's Burke. It's in there for 3. That is going to be 56, I think it is, of Cannon Hayes. That is Radajak rounding out your top 4 as they head towards home. Very close for 1, 2, 3, but it is going to be Micah Maloney. He'll take the win over Burke, Haynes and Radajak.
Second go to 16 boys out on track. Good start there out of gate 1. I think that's going to be Oliver Hogan with the lead at the moment as they head down this first straight. They're going to get into that first corner. Looks like Shepherd's tucked in there for the 2. So it's going to go Hogan over Shepherd at the moment as they come back towards us. It's going to be, looks like TJ Rakan and Gray not too far off the pace. He's sitting in there for the 3 at the moment. In and out of this second corner. They're going too wide for these final position through to the finals, but it's going to be out there in front. Oliver Hogan still hanging on to it over Shepherd. We go back to TJ Rakan and Gray, then a little bit of a battle all the way through the finish line. It's going to go to Transponders for the 4th spot.
Thanks to Hardy's haulage. Big hitters in this one, 17-24 men. Hutton, your world number 2, gets off to a cracking start. Looks like Tucker there's going to do a little bit of shopping in the turn number 1. So we come back towards us now. Hutton's your race leader. Tucker's in the 2. Looks like Brody Gooch holding down third wheel at the moment. Looking to do a little bit of shopping here. The 16 bike of Van Bladel. He's holding down your all-important 4 as they go down through the third straight. Gucci's moved up into the 2 spot now. Still Hutton. Gucci's Hutton for the 1. He wants the pick in the final as they head down the home straight. Is he going to get it? No, Hutton will get the pick. Gucci will take the 2, Tucker 3, Van Bladel 4.
Very last semi-final for today's action. The 17 to 24 men out and about. Let's see who gets the best of it. VJ Isles has been on fire all day as we lose a couple of riders on the hill. That opens up the door for the guys who are in the back there, but it is going to be Isles in the one spot. Morosky, he's the rider in there for 2. We've got in there for 3. That's going to be the 330 of Butson. We've got a battle between the 21 of Medi and Asmus. Here comes Asmus wanting that 4 spot. The action out there in front. Let's see how they go. It is going to be Isles. He'll take the win. Morosky for 2. We go back in there for 3. That's going to be so close between 4 and 5. But I think Medi would just take that 4 with Butson in there.
I love that.
All right, the second semi-finals for our 14 girls are now out on track. Good start there for Maya Ellis. She's going to get these into the first corner in that number 1 position. I think Perubi Pereira's tucked in there for the 2. I see Madison McCulloch. She's got the work to do in that 5th position at the moment as they come back towards us. We'll pick up the plates a little bit clearer, but it's going to go Maya Ellis with that number 1. Then we go back to the 13, the 55 and the 60. 6A machine, so that'll be Penny Allen's tucked in there for the 3 at the moment. Then we got the 6A of Chloe Carmody sitting in that 4th wheel, in and out of this final corner. She's going to have the work to do as they come down towards the finish line, the most important spot to get through the final. But we're going to go with across the line. Mayor Ellis gets it done.
Well, that is the end of semi-final action. So finals are going to take place at 7:30. Riders will be staged at 7:20 with final gate to drop at 7:30. So don't go too far away. Grab yourself a drink, maybe something to eat, but don't go far away because your final action is coming very soon. And there is going to be some great racing as we crown our newest Australian plate holders here at the 2025 GWM National BMX Championships.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Josh Jolly here in Western Sydney. Got an action-packed day ahead of us. Let's check it out. One of the best things about travelling the world to race BMX is having some fun on days off. Haven't been go-karting for a long time, so looking forward to it. Had a race with my dad, and yeah, I won. You can always find like great places to have food. If you adventure out, you can do it all. Holy, that was sick. It was scary when I dropped up there, but yeah, it was fun. What an amazing day. I love Western Sydney. I can't wait to come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is finals time here at the Macarthur BMX Club for the 2025 GWM Oz Cycling National Championships. Just quickly want to acknowledge the work the club has put in here just before we head into the finals. The countless number of hours the volunteers have put in. It's great to look down there and see the canteen doors closed. So those that have been slaving away all day are up here around the track with all of you about to witness some great racing. So, yeah, great job by the Macarthur Club. We really appreciate what you've done for us, and we really hope you all get the opportunity to come out here and watch these finals. We are going to kick it off with moto number 3 of your Masters women. Rightio, we'll call them across the gate. Jacqueline Wilson, Kirsten McBride, Emily Ballard, Shona Davis, Nicole Sinclair. Gate is down, motor number 3, Masters women. Good start out of the inside and the outside lane. Wilson and I think Shona Davis got off to a cracker there. Jacqueline Wilson in the pink colours is going to lead us into turn number 1, but she's got company up alongside her now. I think it's going to be Shona Davis as they come down through this second straight. The 79, the 21 and the 70 bike going 1, 2, 3 at the moment. It is Sinclair's in the 2. It's Ballard holding down the 3, but it's all Jacqueline Wilson as they head towards the final turn now. They swinging around, pointing towards the finishing stripe. Still Wilson, the race leader. She's going to take it down for moto number 3 to grab the win over Sinclair. 2 to 3, Emily Ballard.
Masters men final on the gate. Oliver Harrell, Alex the King Cameron, Brandon Bellows, Roger Hasty, Stephen Kellner, Michael Young, Dylan Nichols, and Sean Brunton. Gates away on your Masters men final as they drag race down to the bottom of the start hill up on the inside gate. Had a cracker of a start. Alex Cameron's lost a bit of speed heading down that first straight there as they turn and burn down this second straight. They're really building up the speed now as they're picking up that front runner there. That's going to be your 974 in the lead. That's Oliver Harrell really burning through that. Alex the King Cameron has just come from 7th to 3rd and he's making a move down that third turn now. Oliver Harrell, he's still got the lead all the way through to the white stripe. He'll take the win.
Moving along to our 14 girls, brought to you by Sprint Block Development Hub in order of qualification. Amelie Reid, Maya Ellis, Sienna Biffin, Ruby Piera, Sophie Pilton, Jacqueline Waters, Penny Allen, and Chloe Carmody. Out they go, our 14 girls. That's going to be Amelie Reid out of lane 1 getting a cracker of a start. That could be Maya Ellis going with it there in for 2. So Reid and Ellis battling it out 1 to 2. We've got Biffin, Pereira, Pilton, Waters, Allen and Carmody battling it out for those minors at this stage. But it is Reid the one they're chasing. The Ellis in there for the 2. Then we go back to the 3. That is Sienna Biffin. So our top 3 nice and clear from the rest of the field at this stage. There is a battle out there in front. Ellis is not too far behind Reid, but it is going to be the big W1. She'll take an A1 to add to her collection, with Ellis taking 2 and Biffin taking 3.
Oh, tell you what, the girls turning it on, the 14-year-olds, super quick. Let's see what the boys have got to offer as we look up in the start hill, thanks to Sprint Block Development Hub. 14 boys final up on the gate. Dylan Secker, Miller Nelson, Nash Harvey, Dylan Fox, Joshua Myberg, Deacon Kitchener, Harrison Regan, Jax Alderton. Good luck, riders. Out of lane number one, Secker gets off to a cracker. That might be Harvey going with him as they charge up this first straight, but it looks like Dylan Secker is going to own this first sway. He'll swing it around, pick up the whole shot. They all come out of turn number one clean. They come back towards us now. It's going to be Secker. The 2A is looking for the skinny digit now, but look at a 6A looking to do a little bit of shopping there in turn number two. It pays off for him. So that's going to be Harvey. He picks up the lead now, moving to two. That's going to be Secker. Who knows what's going on with the rest? This is a ding-dong battle out front as they head down through the home straight, but it's still going to be Harvey. Hang on to it. What a great win by him. We'll leave it to transponders for your 2, 3, 4 and 5.
How good was that? The 14 boys are bringing the heat. The 6A of Nash Hardy, he was tearing up the Macarthur track. We're moving up to the top of the start here. We've got the 15 girls. Molly Williamson, Georgia Kelson, Tilly Guy, the 820 of Isabella Blackwell, Talia Broomhall, Mia Tello, Zoe Weatherhead, and the 77 of Remy Pennells. Here we go, gates away. Oh, they're racing pretty flat all the way to the bottom of that start hill. It looks like it might be Tilly Guy, got a nose in front. Georgia Kelson mid-pack there, and up on the inside, that's Molly Williamson. She's put herself in the middle, but Georgia Kelson, she went low in that turn and it popped herself up into the 3 spot. We're bringing it down the second straight now. We're picking up that front runner, the 66 machine. That's going to be Talia Broomhall. She's leading the girls down the 3rd straight, but Molly Williamson, she's wound herself up. She's pulling herself through that 3rd straight now on the back wheel. It is Broomhall. She's taken the final straight all the way to the white stripe. And here comes Williamson. Broomhall holds on for the win.
Sprint block brings you 15 boys in order of qualifications. Harvey Brooks. We've got Maddie Foxy Fox, Charlie Daff, Eli Schroeder, Riley Matthews, Mason Thorne, Jed Lillycrap, and Harry Rowlands. Out they go. So much action. Foxy took lane 8, but it looks like it's Harvey Brooks who's going to get the whole shot in the pink helmet. So Harvey Brooks, he'll go through in 1. That could be Foxy sitting in there for 2. We've got Daff, Schroeder, Matthews. They'll be up near the front end somewhere, but it is going to be Brooks, the one they're chasing. Foxy in that 2 spot. No, Foxy's in there for 4 actually. That's going to be Daff in the number 2 at the moment. Could be Schroeder in that 3 spot. Foxy's looking for its place on that podium, but it is going to be Harvey Brooks. He'll take this one home. Daff goes in there for 2. Foxy! I think that I'm going to give it to him for the 3.
Rightio, let's go. Thanks to Penrith BMX Club, 16 girls final. One of the local favourites up on the hill. In order of qualification, Isla Bassa, Georgie Venables, Mackenzie Copeland, Mina Banks, Danica Memory, Erica Goodwin, Chloe Hart, and Kiana Young. Good luck, riders. Gate is down. Good clean start. No one's touched Bassa all day, and I reckon it might remain this way as she leads them down through the first straight. Round turn number 1 she goes. Nice clean lap from Isla's going to see her on the box as we head up through this second straight now. Bassa, she is your race leader in that 2 spot. We got the 44 machine. That's going to be Memory, I think it is, in the Ace race colours. Venables is in the 3. Got a rider on the outside of it. Might be the 215 of Goodwin as they go in and out of the final turn, headed for home. Bassa, she's got 8 to 10 lengths on them as she charges down under the white stripe. She goes. She gets it done. Back in there for the 2. I think we went with Memory. The 3 might have been Banks. Maybe the 4, Venables.
Bass has been riding here for a long time, definitely world class. Moving on to our 16 boys up at the top of the start hill. Oliver Hogan, Aston Shepherd, Micah Maloney, the 33 on the machine, Zane Burke, TJ Rakana Gray, Cannon Hayes, Jai Harvey, and Zane Radajak. Gates away, pretty even start down the first straight there. That's Zane Burke popping his nose out through the middle. He's got TJ Rakana Gray going right there with him. We've got Cannon Hayes in the mix as well, and Harvey. We'll drop a couple in the first turn there. That opens up the door. Zane Burke bringing it down the second straight now. Right there with him is the 56 machine of Cannon Hayes now. He comes up side by side, and we lose Burke in the third straight. Hayes now all the way down into the final turn. That has given him the lead down the final straight now. Cannon Hayes, he'll take the win for your 16 boys. Put your hands together for our fallen rider, Zane Burke. He has had a cracker all day. And then we're bringing up our 23X rider. Put your hands together. He lost it in the first turn, but it's been going great. That is Oliver Hogan. Both champion riders, 16 boys. What some tough racing. Well done, Zane. Well done, Oliver.
Tell you what, Mel, I'm keen to see those guys in Junior Elite next year. Watch out, Junior Elite. Here they come.
Definitely, Alex.
All right, we do move on to our 17 to 24 women, brought to you by Sprint Block Development Hub. In order of qualification, Talia Marsh, Stella Begg, Portia Longbottom, Ivy Westbrook, Jennifer Mackey, Ava Potter, Turbo Talia Robertson, and Brianna Robertson. So good to see so many of our 17 to 24 women doing such a great job out there. Look at Talia Marsh. She has snapped that gate like a toothpick. So that is Talia Marsh, the New South Wales rider, getting a beautiful, comfortable hole shot. Looks like that Stella Begg going with her in there for two. Longbottom, Westbrook, Mackey, where are they going to be looking for that third? It's Marsh. It is in there for three. That's going to be the 66 of Potter. So it's Marsh, Begg, Potter. They're your top three. Let's see what the fourth rider can do about it. That could be Westbrook or Mackey in there. Oh, slicing and dicing, but it will be a strong win from Marsh. Begg goes in there for two. Ava Potter, she's going to take a nice three.
This will be a really crack.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the unofficial championship class. This is your 17 to 24 men up on the gate, thanks to Hardy's haulage. Out of lane number one, your world number two, Zach Hutton. Your current national champion, Brady Gooch. Your world number 7, Thomas Tucker. The 16 bike, Zachary Van Bladel. Your 85X, that is VJ Isles. The 201, 201, Nate Morosky. The 330 bike, James Butson. And the 21 machine, Blake Meddy. Good luck, riders. Gate is down, 17-24 men final. I'll tell you what, Tucker got out really smartly. So to Zach Hutton. Gucci has a little look on the inside. Let's watch them as they swing in and out of turn number one. One rider, exit stage left. Here we go now, but it's on like Donkey Kong. Hutton's your race leader. Tucker's in the two. Here comes Brady Gooch. He slots into the two spot now. The 201 bike. That's going to be Morosky. Moves into the three. In and out of the final turn we go now. Still Zach Hutton. Hunting him down. There's going to be Brady Gooch down through to home straight. Hutton's still in front. Hutton's going to get there. Gooch will take the two. The three's going to be Nate Morosky. Will go back to Mr. T squared himself. Tom Tucker for the four.
Championship, so we'll build it up.
Wow, wow, wow. That was your 17-24 men. Put your hands together for Zachary Blandella as he goes around. We are moving up to the 8 metre hill, folks. We've got our junior men on the gate. They are locked and loaded. Your 815 on the bike. Bailey Seckold. 802 on the bike. Cameron Gatt. 808 Declan McGee. 801 AJ Donald. 810 Preston Murray. 806 Blake May. 814 Benny Stram. 804 Cody Manganaro. Gates away, pretty even start racing down the bottom of that 8 metre hill. There you got Bailey Seckold up in the up on the inside there. Cameron Gatt in the middle of the pack. They turn around that first turn. They're going to hit up this pro straight now, folks. It's Seckold out in front. He's sending it high and sky in the sky as they come through into the second turn now. Coming in underneath as they come up side by side down the third straight. AJ Donald's back there in the 3 spot. It's Seckold. He's holding on tight coming down the final straight now. Really putting in the big ones down that double. Bailey Seckold! Put your hands together as he finishes off the lap.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. Hooly dooly, Fallen Riders finishing off. Mangoes, one of the best in the business. Rightio, let's head back up to the big hill. Your women under 23 final. In order of qualification, Mia Webster, Camille Jones, Cheryl Lee White, Alyssa Howard, Jasmine Standish, Isabella Schramm, Imogen Healy. Good luck, riders. Right, this is Matto. Will down on points, but take nothing away from these ladies. Look at Webster send it high in the sky down the first straight. Schramm from a wider lane. Let's watch him in and out of turn number 1. It's a Chris Brothers racing rider out of the Ashmore Club in Queensland. Isabella Schramm's going to lead us up through to second straight. Webster and McDonald's colours in that 2 spot. Jumping away into the 3 is going to be the 516 bike. Doing it nicely. I think that might be Howard as they go down through this third straight. Now the 516 going to be Jones. In and out of final turn we go. But look at Isabella Schramm. She's got this race shot to bits. Webster will take the 2. Your 3 and 4, I'll lead with the transponders.
Some great racing by our women there. We're going to go back up to the top of the hill, and we've got our under 23 men on the gate. Zach Stopper, Joshua Swiatek, Tyreek Carla, Jai Copeland, Flynn Sweeney, Kane Gibbons, Austin McNair, and Billy the Kid Smith. Here we go now. Great start there by all the boys as they head to the bottom of the hill there. We've got Stopper up on the inside. Swiatek going with him. That looks like Carla pushing his nose out through the middle now as they, a little bit pushed up there, but they're coming down the pro straight now as they're hitting that up and coming at us into the second turn. That's going to be Carla there in the 2 spot, but it's Stopper holding on to the lead as they head down that third straight now. Moves are coming. That might be Swiatek making a move down through there. Oh, coming up side by side. It looks like it is all up front. Stopper takes the win.
Oh, what a race there. The U23 men, couple of national championships going to the Ashmore BMX Club up there in Queensland. Rightio, up on the gate now. We got our women elite third moto, so they're going on points, but take nothing away from this, ladies and gentlemen. This is like a final of these ladies. Up on the hill, Sienna Powell, Celeste Barr, Isabel May, Ashley Gunn, Erin Lockwood, Taya Rufus, and your current Olympic champion, Saya Sakaki-Burra. Good luck, riders. Gate is down. I tell you what, Sakaki-Burra got a great snap out of lane number 8. A little protege there. Rufus is going to go with her. They go around turn number 1. Rufus slots in at about 4th wheel at the moment, but it's also Sakaki-Burra. Oh, we lost one out there to the side. Sakaki-Burra there. There's a Powell we lost out to the side. So it's still Sakaki-Burra in that 1 spot. Back in the 2. That's going to be... Oh, God, I don't know what's going on here, but it's all Sakaki-Burra at the moment. Might be Bella May in the 2 to Be Strong colours. Over the line for the 3. Taya Rufus. Lockwood grabs the 4. We'll go back to Barr for the 5. Ladies and gentlemen, how good is Saya Sakaki-Burra? I think we're going to cross down to the finish line. Quick interview with Saya. We'll let her catch her breath. Ladies and boys and girls, put your hands together for the elite women national champion, Saya Sakaki-Burra. We're going to cross down to Alex Asmus down there at the finish for Saya to say a few words. We'll let her catch her breath a little bit, but she's certainly no stranger to interviews after a race, that's for sure.
See the cameraman straight back there in the green. He's just pointed to us. We're going to go that way, right? Obviously with the view to step back. So you...
I think we're facing this way, yeah. Congratulations, Saya. We are also proud of you. You have such a string of amazing results, but what does this one mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot for sure. Coming here this week has been super special. This is my only domestic race I get to do in the year. So just being able to see everyone, hearing so many cheers in the crowd when I got my name called out, those are the moments that I really cherish, and to be able to see so many of you guys here has been really incredible. So thank you for all the cheers.
As I said, we are so very proud of you. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to give a shout out to or a thank you to today?
I have my parents out there in the crowd, so thanks to them. Yeah, I have some friends and family as well come watch me race, and yeah, it's very, of course, all my sponsors and
all of you for coming out. Very long day today, and for everyone to be sticking around with such amazing energy. Us riders really get it. So, thank you to everyone.
One last question. Was the crowd here, how did it feel compared to a world international crowd? What did it feel like today?
Oh, this is by far the best crowd. 100%.
We are so proud of you, Saya. Once again, congratulations to our 2025 National Elite Women Champion. Give it up for Saya Sakakibara.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, may I get you to cast your eyes to the top of the 8-metre start hill here at Macarthur BMX Club. Introducing your elite men final on the gate, Joshua Jolly, Ollie Moran, Andy Hughes, Hayden Fletcher, Joel Marsh, Harry Davis, Wade Turner, and Maddie Tidswell. Gate goes down, out they come pretty even right to the bottom of the start hill there. We lost one at the gate, but they're pushing their way through up on the inside there as they push their way around. Oh, going in underneath Ollie Moran. He finds a spot and brings it down there. Pro straight now, and they're coming up next to him right there with him. That's a 207 machine as they push up and that opens up the door for the crisp rider. Oh, there's another one down the third straight now, and that is bringing it around the final turn all the way to that is Hayden Fletcher. He's going to take the win. Joel Marsh for the 2. Ollie Moran for the 3. Put your hands together as our riders make their way. Congratulations, Hayden Fletcher. Put your hands together for Maddie Tidswell.
Next racing today.
I'll pass it over to you, Alex, down there with the 2025 Elite Men's Champion, Hayden Fletcher.
Hayden Fletcher. We all knew it would be a good race, but I don't think any of us saw that it would turn out like that. In the middle there where all the action was happening, can you talk us through what was going through your brain, if you can?
All I'm trying to put through my brain right now is not to drop any F-bombs on the mic. But, man, I don't even care about the race right now. This one's for my brother, Nathan Glab. Love you, brother. That one's for you, man. I've had a bit of a rough year this year. I wouldn't be half the man I wouldn't be today without him. I mean, well done to Jolly, Ollie Moran. Those boys killed it. Yeah, I don't even know what else happened. I heard some scrunching, and I was just trying to just focus on myself and get the lap done. That was probably my worst third and last straight of the weekend. But, man, when I crossed the line, that was pretty cool.
Like, I know most BMX racers would sit up in a final and, like, hope for the win, but after your motos today and the way you've been racing, did you think you could take the win today? Like, did you have confidence that you could actually take it?
I mean, everyone gets on the gate and doesn't rock up to get second, so, you know, any one of those boys could have won that. It was just whoever had the biggest cojones and would give it at all, and, yeah, just go out and execute.
And one last question. What does this victory today, Australian Championship, what does it mean to you in this stage of your journey?
I'm getting pretty old. So to finally win the national championships means a heck of a lot to me. I just can't thank the people that I have around me at the moment. I love them all to bits. And definitely wouldn't be where I am today without them. Yeah, like I said, I can't thank Nathan Glab enough. He's my brother, my mum and dad, my brothers, and then all my other friends and family that have supported me day in, day out. It's still on? Yeah. Huge thanks to Cam Small, taking a bit of a risk with me with Crisp, Mac Components and Pro-Am at the start of this year, and really made me fall in love with BMX again. And I can't thank Cam enough and all the team sponsors. Yeah, this one's for them.
We're very proud of you, Hayden. Big round of applause for Hayden. Well done.
Thanks, Alex, and congratulations to our riders. We're going to head down for a presentation very shortly.